Good morning and welcome everyone to the Amazon University Esports Masters. I'm Kanchka, joined by Black Bloxer, and today we will be seeing two teams advance over into the playoffs.
Yeah, we've got two exciting matchups coming in for you. We saw the first set of the bracket yesterday, and these two teams that are going to go on through are going to have won, both of their two qualifying games and go on into the playoffs. We've got two matches after another, both in the upper bracket. We're going to be seeing the lower bracket happen off stream, so you'll just have to listen in to us to see any updates. But yeah, for the minute, we're going to have AGH versus KTU in our first game, and then later on in the day, we're going to have 0-2 versus BME. So we've got some hard hitters right now playing against each other, seeing who can go on. This is not do or die, though.
Absolutely, if you lose, you still have one more chance, but of course getting it out of the way and securing your spot in that top 12 is going to be oh so important. And let's be honest, both of these teams, and well, all four that we're going to be seeing today, they are back from the group stage, so they will be looking to go into the playoffs and potentially get a piece of that prize pool for themselves.
Indeed, everybody here has managed to make their way back in through their domestic leagues, and you can see what they're competing for. First prize is going to be €5,000 as a part of that 14.5 thousand K prize pool that we've got overall. Absolutely insane money, and you're getting money all the way up to 8th place. If you make it through this, you're not necessarily in the top 8, you're going to be in the top 12, but you're getting yourself one step closer to, a sniff at that prize pool, and also then getting the chance to compete for those higher levels.
I mean, if you think about it, two more series wins for any of the teams we're seeing today, and they are already in the top 8. So this is really, we're getting towards that end game here. And I'm honestly excited, right? Because both these teams we have seen in the group stages, they made it all the way through here, and it's been a bit of a long journey for them.
It really has. We've got a long road ahead of us still, and we've already had a lot behind us. During March and April, we saw the group phase. We casted half of it. We had the other set of casters on the other half, and that happened throughout all of March and April. Now we're in May, and we've got the last chance qualifier this weekend, and then on to the playoffs later on in May. Finals in the second half of June, which should be super exciting as well. But these teams, because all of them have been seen in the previous group stage, got themselves knocked out, and then have come back in, it's been pretty difficult for them to actually, progress forwards. They've had a lot of chance to already put themselves up into those playoffs, but they've got another chance right here.
Yeah, and here we can see all the teams that are in this last chance qualifier. DMU T1, unfortunately, and the SEA have been already knocked out down in the lower bracket. We're going to see a lot more teams dropping. In fact, by the end of today, only 4 of these will be going through to the playoffs, so yeah, it's tough competition.
It really is definitely stiff competition, especially in this upper winners bracket, because they have the ability to get knocked down and still not be, completely put out. It's not do or die, but still, it is incredibly important. You win today and you get through. It's 2 best of 3s we've got. The first one is going to be starting in just about 15 minutes for you with the Polish versus Lithuanian squad. AGH and KTU, we saw both of those previously during Group C and D. And then later on in the day, we're going to have 0-2 versus BME. We've got a Czechian and Hungary team. Both of these are going to be incredibly strong as well. And so these 2 best of 3s, the winners of both will go on up, and then the losers have got to continue playing.
Yeah, and I mean, just to comment on the second round as well, 0-2 and BME have both been in the same group, so these guys have already got some grudge, but I think we're going to take a look at the whole bracket just to see how we got here. This is just the upper bracket as far as I can understand, and I mean, Black Boxer, I want you to look at who AGH beat, because they beat the Spanish and the German representative, and both of those regions have got 2 teams already in the playoffs.
It's a little bit of a sort of catch-22 situation here, where it's like, these are very strong teams because they've come from the strongest region, but because they are from these regions, Germany especially having incredibly strong competition, these are the 3rd seeds, and so although they are from strong regions, they're not the best or even the second best that this region has produced, but still, they've had an impressive run getting through here. And if we're looking at a sort of favourite in the Poland versus Lithuania matchup, we probably are looking at AGH because they've beat some very stiff competition. That's not to count out KTU, though. They've also gone through a pretty tough bracket. France hasn't done that well historically, but still pretty impressive to make their way through them. And so both of these teams, they've had a pretty tough time of it, made their way through. AGH have come through 2-0 in both of their matchups, whereas versus BZZ, KTU did fall down in one of their games.
Yeah, and also I feel like it's important to go through the context of how these teams did in the groups, because AGH, they were in the group of death, missing out with 1 win. KTU in Group C, they came fourth, and they were a good spoiler team. We were excited for if they can change up the competition, but they weren't necessarily in that conversation for making it out in the first place. So weighing in that kind of group stage expectation into this bracket, I feel like, we are slightly leaning towards the Polish squad.
Yeah, exactly. KTU was that upset team that we saw in the group. They were nicking wins off of people here and there, but never really, the team we were looking at to compete for that top spot, most certainly, and even that second spot. Whereas if you look over at AGH, they were definitely up there competing. They only missed out getting straight into the playoffs by 1 game. They were so very close to making their way forward. Instead, they managed to fall down just at the end, losing out, ending up not making their way through. Instead, out of that group, we had Esports Team 20 and AIX, both heavy hitters right there, were incredibly strong. And so, because of that, this team we are really looking at as coming into this matchup a little bit favoured. They probably would have been fine to have moved on into the playoffs in the previous round, just fall down, make their way back through their domestic region, and are now back into the last chance qualifier again. And so, if they're able to win today, I think they're well deserving to be in that playoffs conversation.
That is true. And now the losers bracket. Here we can see, of course, the 2 teams that have been eliminated so far, and the rest of the competition. We won't be seeing any of these teams on stream, of course, but the losers of the matches that we'll be seeing will be going into that last round. And just, going across and scouting all the matches, I mean, Stuba, they have been honestly a pretty impressive team, both in the group stage and I feel like in their games yesterday. Yes, they did fall down, I believe, to BME, was it? But they're definitely a team to watch, and I mean, we already mentioned German, Spanish regions having that bit of weight behind them. The Turkish representatives, I feel like we also shouldn't be able to discount, because Red Dragons, they got eliminated. They're not back here, so someone clearly beat them, and that someone is currently tearing through the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Dragons, we thought were going to be heavy hitters. They had come up in second in the previous year, and yet had fallen down pretty horribly, actually. Every single round that we saw them in during the group stage, they'd gotten destroyed on stream. They'd, won most of the early game, most of the mid game, and then thrown it right towards the end. And so actually seeing a new Turkish representative is really exciting. Clearly some fresh blood moving their way through. The interesting thing about this upper bracket and lower bracket system is that all 4 teams we look at today could technically get through.
Right. I mean, yeah, you lose the round on stream, you go down to the loser bracket, and if you beat whichever one of those 4 teams you're going to be facing, or, well, technically it's out of 8 because I'm not sure which bracket you're being seeded to, but, whichever you're going to be playing, if you get to beat them, you're still through. But we will be focusing on the upper bracket, and talking about the upper bracket and the first match of the day, I believe we will be taking a look at the Polish roster right now with Alchemic, Crazy, Magister, Live, and Tomic. It's the roster we have seen in the group stage, it's the roster we have seen last year, it's the AGH we all know and love.
Yeah, we are pretty up to date with this team if you've watched through the group stage. If you've not, I'll sort of break this roster down for you. We're looking at Crazy to be the sort of playmaker of the team. He is the spark that sets everything else off. If they're doing well, Crazy is able to get across the entire map and really change things up. If they're doing badly, though, the whole roster can begin to fall down because they are the linchpin. And if you're looking for where Crazy is going to be going across the map, it's probably towards bot lane. Life and Tomic are fantastic at getting themselves in a nice spot, but they're not great at getting themselves leads. What they need is Crazy to get in onto their lane, get them a couple kills, and then they can most certainly carry from there.
Furthermore, if you try to guess what champion Life is going to play, I mean, good luck, because that guy plays AD carries. Yes, we have Draven Misfortune listed as his favorite champions, but he's been known to pull out the more unorthodox kind, like the Karthus, or, well, I mean, Twitch is technically an AD carry, but, whenever you see it in competitive, you just know something is up.
It's going to be a little bit crazy down from Life and Tomic, and with Crazy also getting in onto the action, it should be an explosive bot lane. We're looking at Alchemic to play something a little bit further back, safe, maybe the Ornn. The Ornn's had quite a lot of priority, and then Magister can be played around, but is not usually.
Yeah, he has the either carry or the support overall, but we will be looking at the competition in the Lithuanian roster with Capio, Billes, Misius, DJM Forever, and Prasmic. That is the roster they played with yesterday. It is slightly different to the one in the group stage, because in the group stage we had Capio in the mid lane and Deathron in the top lane, but that is the roster they made it through here today. So, clearly it's working.
Clearly it's working for them, which is interesting considering the fact that when we saw KTU in the group stage, actually it was Deathron in the top lane who was really carrying the whole team. When Deathron got ahead on very aggressive picks, was able to tear through kids, absolutely having a fantastic time of it. But now with Deathron gone, Capio up into the top lane, it's really changed up the way that this matchup works. We were expecting very aggressive picks out of Deathron in the top lane. Instead, Capio likes to play back, sit back, and so possibly this top lane, if we look at it in context of Alchemic as well, might be a little bit of a snooze fest, a farm fest. And now we're looking more at the jungler again to go and play around the bot lane, and so bot lane jungle is where all of your focus should be for both of these teams.
Absolutely, DJM forever and a Prasmic. I mean, Jhin, Kalista, all those sorts of AD carries, and also DJM has got some fun, spicy picks. I mean, Cassiopeia, Velka, so it's not only live with the mages in the bot lane. In short, depending on the draft, the bot could be a very explosive matchup, and I'm all here for it. But then let's not forget about Messias, because he can play the Akalis, he can play the Vexes. Those are all champions that can absolutely blow the game open.
Really is. We cannot gloss over this mid lane too much. If you're looking at who to really focus on, it is the junglers and the bot lanes. That's where you really should be focusing. But the mid lane is definitely the swing factor, I'd say. We're not expecting too much exciting things out of the top lane, but this mid lane definitely has the ability to pop wide open. If we're looking at Magister, does also enjoy pulling out things like the Tristana, could go with some AD mid, and then you open up the jungle for a little bit of AP. And then overall misses, as you said, liking the Akali, the Sylas, even the Vex, those are champions that can be very aggressive and can really blow a game wide open. So if this mid lane matchup does get a little bit spicy, all of a sudden things can change, and then the bot lanes are not able to just free farm like they would be wanting to.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to the draft, right? And whereas, just to put more focus on that mid lane, especially from Magister's perspective, because we didn't give him that much time in the Polish roster, he essentially has two very defined playstyles. Well, it's mostly control mages in general, but then he can either play supportive role, which is what he does most of the time, or he can pull out a carry. And that sort of flexibility in a best of series is what, can throw off your opponents from their tempo.
Yeah, it really can. If you can sort of change up your playstyle all of a sudden, especially now that this is no longer best of ones. I think it's probably important to note that both of these teams got knocked out through a double round robin best of one format. Best of ones can be fluky, as we saw, especially if you want your best example of how best of ones could be fluky. Every single game that we saw Red Dragons lose, they were winning at the start, and in a best of three, I think overall they probably would have managed to pull themselves through. Unfortunately, in best of ones, if you throw once, it's done for you. Whereas in this best of three, you're able to adapt, and the fact that Magister can change up his playstyle really does give them a little bit more flexibility that could be incredibly useful in this format of series.
Yeah, then on the other side from Misfits, I don't believe we have seen the things like, the Orianas, the Zillions, some things that teams really like to throw out. I mean, we've seen God knows how much Zillion in the group stage, and it's still been rearing its head in the last chance qualifier yesterday. So, questions on Misfits maybe, depending on how the first game goes, because you know what? If Misfits picks the Akali, goes 10-0 in the first game, then actually I've got no questions there.
Exactly. And I think probably yesterday we're going to have seen Takua and Melvinizzle have mentioned this, but we'll just say it again. If you're just joining us now, we're on patch 12.8, which is the MSI patch, what you're expecting. However, if you've been following us from the group stage all the way through, then we were on 12.5. And so this patch being different could well be really helpful for both of these teams, because they got knocked out on a previous patch that was all about the Jinx. It was the Jinx, Aphelios, Jhin patch. Everything was those three champions. We're still seeing a lot of the Jhin. The Jinx a lot less so, and the Aphelios a little bit less so, and so this patch being entirely different, these teams clearly didn't like the previous patch that much. Maybe this one will, more suit their playstyle.
And also that's quite a big of a jump. I mean, we're skipping, 3 patches right now, so the meta is going to be significantly different. Wukong is definitely a pick I'm looking at in the jungle. It's been picked up a lot, both in MSI and in UEM. So, if you're looking at the top tier competitive play and this tournament, it's been popping up in both, and it's just such a fun playmaker jungler to watch.
Oh yeah, incredibly impactful. And also we've seen it in support as well during the previous day. And so the fact that it can also be flexed around, I'd say you could probably also put it into the top lane considering how strong it is at the moment. All of a sudden, that's a lot of flexibility if you want to pick it up early, if you have somebody that plays it, which we do, not necessarily in this game. There's not a lot of Wukong played in this game, but in the later game today, we see a lot more Wukong popping up in people's champion pools. All of a sudden that flexibility allows you to play around your drafts a little bit more. Could be very interesting if you are, following us from the group stage. The Hecarim is gone. The Hecarim was the most picked champion during the group stage. Now that we've moved on to patch 12.8, it is completely gone. Instead, we're seeing things like the Volibear, the Viego, that sort of thing, which really changed up the style of ganking that we're going to see.
Yeah, and I do just want to focus on the draft a bit as well, because I just looked it up. We will have AGH on the red side, for what I'm hearing, and if that's wrong, then production is going to correct me within the next 15 seconds, which means the counter pick is going to lie towards the Polish squad. Now, the question of where that's gonna go, I mean, I expect mid lane, but you can definitely build a lot more around it.
Yeah, you most certainly can. Having the counter pick really opens you up. If we're going to follow the same sort of drafting style that we've seen throughout MSI in the professional leagues, as well as in the group stage of this league, we're probably going to see your jungler and your bot support going to be picked up in the first, meaning that you're always allowing yourself either the counter pick top or the counter pick mid. As we've said previously, the top lane probably isn't where the counter pick's going to go, unless somebody has this sort of pocket pick that they absolutely love and it has the exact right matchup to pull it out in. So the mid lane, probably where we're going to be seeing those counter picks. And if we've highlighted, both of these players love to play their sort of control mages, but have the ability to pull out something a little bit more interesting, slightly more spicy. So moving your counter pick down into the middle lane could allow this mid lane to suddenly be cracked open in your favor, and that can really change the whole map. Once the mid lane falls, the rest of the map is a lot more open for whichever team it's gone towards.
Yeah, mid lane, it's gonna be the X factor, the swing factor as you called it before, and it's something to watch out throughout the whole series. And just to mention where these teams, like what's on stake here, KTU, they are the last and the only Lithuanian representative in this tournament so far, so they need to carry the torch for the region. AGH on the other side, they are technically the second Polish representative. PG Lions are in the playoffs. PG Lions, I believe, are also in the top 8, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
coming first in their group. So, you know, it's not so much regional pride, but you are the runner-up of last year. There is a strong expectation on this roster to perform well, so, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. I expect the teams to give it their all.
Absolutely. AGH going to be absolutely flying their way through. Like you said, being the last Lithuanian representative for KTU, it is incredibly motivating. You know, you want your region to do well. This is a big inter-European competition. You know, you want to be pushing yourselves up. And so KTU, we're going to be fighting tooth and nail, but we cannot count out AGH at all. As you've said, they're a fantastic squad, going to be able to fight very aggressively. And I love the fact that both of these teams have the same sort of, you know, stylistic composition. They want to play with their junglers around their bot lane. There's only the slight difference in the fact that Crazy is sort of the activator of all of the things that AGH want to do, whereas over on KTU, you know, Bilas is more trying to help and support what will already probably be a kill bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Prasmic is who I'm looking at for the Playmaker support, as I am hearing that the draft is going to be ready, so I'm excited to go into it. There we go. KTU on the blue side, as we mentioned, with AGH taking the red side. Let's roll the bands. Jace, the first one off the board.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of Jace in either the champion pools or in the pick bands, but it can be so strong. You know, it's not the premier top lane at the moment, but if you are looking to limit your top lane, wanting it to be more of a farm fest as we're expecting, then taking off the Jace makes a lot of sense. We'll see what the Polish roster will want to take off the board now. See if there's going to be a little bit of, you know, focus towards the EGM further. As we're expecting, the Jhin goes off the board.
Yeah, you do want to get rid of those safe first picks. That is actually one constant. The first pick might not be Jinx or Zeri anymore, but it is still going to be something like an AD carry that can hit you hard. And so Jhin is going to be taken off of the table right now. The focus keeps going. Actually, you know what? Nah, that's not the soul lanes, because Veigar can go to life absolutely.
Yeah, Veigar is very flexible. Not usually, but if you're looking in context of this Polish roster, they can play it sort of anywhere that they want to, and it's such good anti-engage, which sort of is breaking what people are wanting to play around more during this patch. Everybody likes those engage compositions with a lot of damage and a lot of engage, and so, you know, Veigar is probably the premier stop any engage pick. Taking off the board makes a lot of sense. The Cassio also going off the board, so we are seeing a bit of a mid lane focus.
Actually, I do believe Cassiopeia is DJN's champion as well.
Also true.
Here, so focus towards the bot lane seems to be the name of the game. AGH. I mean, they've got their script ready. Let's see if it does work out, as Lee Sin is going to be taken away from Crazy. Some of that early game playmaking is going to be limited.
And the Yasuo, the final one to come off of the board, stopping Messias, makes a lot of sense, especially because Bilas does like to play some of the AP junglers that can really open you up. And instant Akali lock, we love to see that.
Yes, however, I feel like that's so much pressure right now on probably Messias, I think it can be flexed up towards the top lane for Capu. But if you are first picking a Kali, blind picking a Kali, you gotta perform.
Oh, and the return of the Karthus instantly. That's probably going to go into the jungle, but it can most certainly be paid by life as well. I don't think Magister plays it so much, but, you know, it can go in the mid lane, so a lot of flexibility right now. Both of the picks we've seen on the board right now can go into multiple different lanes. We'll see what they're going to want to, you know, round out their first set of picks with. Possibly an AD carry. There's already been one off the board. You do not want to leave Tomage behind. Senna could well be an AD carry. It could also be a support. We've been seeing it more in AD carry recently.
Yes, but Tomage likes to play his Senna. Also, Zyra is a champion that has recently been added to his champion pool. I didn't quite want to bring it up in the pregame because I wasn't sure if we're going to see it. And right now, it's looking more towards the no side, but we will see. The Volibear, however, I would not be surprised at all if Billis just wants to go for this.
Yeah, it's really safe. It's one of the premier picks at the moment. Everybody is loving the Volibear, especially for that dive potential. When paired with an Akali, you're going to be able to really bully out the mid laner, most likely. Magiska's going to have to be very careful, probably pick something quite safe if they don't want to get dove. And so because of this, all of a sudden there's a lot more pressure going on to this Polish roster to see what they can do about the fact there's going to be a high ganking jungler. And in the top lane, like we said, the Ornn was probably going to be a high priority pick, and it's going to be picked up for Kabio.
Yeah, just get yourself a nice neutralizer set up for the team of fights. That being said, the counter pick here with the Camille. You know what? If you're facing an Ornn, sure, go something that can split push.
Yeah. You don't necessarily have to beat out the Ornn. Ornn does a surprising amount of damage in the early game, and so, you know, you can kind of ignore that. And all of a sudden, the Camille will be able to team fight effectively. Camille is a pretty good team fighter, but also be able to split push and just ignore the Ornn. It is a little bit of a ticking time bomb all of a sudden now that you have the ornaments coming in at, you know, level 14 for the Lithuanian squad, but you have the ability to come back at that with the Senna. The Jinx coming off of the board. We've not seen Jinx priority as much recently, so interesting that that's still being focused out.
I mean, looking at the KTU squad, you mentioned the ticking time bomb with the tournament, so if we're going to see a bot lane that plays towards that, something that scales really well with a, you know, a hyper carry, something that admittedly the KTU squad is missing, then, you know, AGH would not like to play against that, so I absolutely understand the Jinx ban and Zillion taken off the board. Magister not gonna get to play that. Well, neither is Tomage, to be fair.
No, the Zillion could have gone into a lot of different lanes right here. It's been very strong. It was one of the most picked up champions during the group stage. And so taking that off the board takes away a lot of safety. And as we said, we probably wanted some safety out of Magister. Removing that off the board really is going to force them to, you know, play a little bit more of a strong hand. We'll see what the final ban coming out of the post is going to be. And it is the Lucian. So a lot of bot lane focus. Do not want DJM forever to be comfortable. And Lucian is the most picked champion during the previous day.
Yeah, it's a top tier AD carry right now, so makes sense to get rid of that, the Poppy taken away. So disengage options being denied from AGH, which they do desperately need. You've got a Karthus, you've got a Senna, you're facing an Akali, Volibear, Ornn. That is not going to be pretty if you don't have anyone to protect you, and that Galio would be perfect.
Yeah, Galio would be absolutely ideal. It's safe in the mid lane, which is exactly what we wanted. As well as that, it's going to be great for supporting people. Fantastic disengage as well with that taunt, and, you know, can be all across the map. If the Akali wants to roam around, it doesn't really matter. The Galio will now be able to follow. I think this is a pretty good pickup, so we'll now see what the, you know, return is going to be out of KTU. They're probably going to want to pick, obviously they're going to want to pick themselves up an AD carry and a support. It doesn't really matter which way round they pick them up. We'll see what the first lock-in will be.
They're definitely starting for that. Okay, that's
this is a full engage composition.
Yeah, it's gotta be teamfights. And Rel is also just a very bold champion in general. Like, you don't pick Rel if you're not good at Rel.
You are only picking up Rel because you really want it. If I'm looking at the champion pool here, you know, the out of DJM, I mean, there is possibility of the Callista. Exactly what I was about to say, because if you want to throw somebody in, I mean, you want to throw in a Rel, you have so many options for people to just launch in. And this is perfect. This was exactly the champion I was just about to highlight. If I'd been a bit quicker, I would have looked like an absolute genius, because of that is ideal for the team fighting. But there is a lot of early game focus all of a sudden, which is not exactly what you want out of your own composition. Still, though, over on the other side, it could be the counter pick of the Wukong, and it is going to be locked in. That should be a Wukong in the AD carry role.
Oh, Wukong in the jungle. It's going to be Karthus and a bot.
Of course, no, my bad, yes.
It's AGH, come on, if that Karthus is locked in
That's
and we
so
have a
true, yeah.
jungler, then it's going over to live, which means that AGH, they've got a well-rounded composition. I can't really criticize it too well. You've got Engage, you've got someone to protect you, and you've got a split pusher and a lot of damage. But I want to talk about the bowling for KTU, because that Kalista and Rail, they're a kill lane and a half, and into Senna Karthus, it's gonna be a challenge to stay alive.
Yeah, what did we say during the pregame? We are wanting to see a kill lane out of DJM and Prasmuk, and oh my god, have we got one. At level 6, the kill threat is absolutely ridiculous. Being able to just launch the rail directly into the backline, something that rail can sometimes struggle with, especially because once rail goes in, rail has gone in, but all of a sudden, because you have this Kalista, there's a little bit more safety as well. It's just a fantastic bot lane for trying to get a lot of pressure onto Life and Tomage, and because Life and Tomage are, you know, such the carries for AGH, being able to take them down is going to, you know, open up a lot of the rest of the map. The only thing is, though, because there's an Akali on the rest of the map, it's not all about the bot lane anymore.
It is not, because Mesius, we have to mention that player Akali, if he gets ahead, he can carry the game. The only problem I can see with that is you are playing into Magister's Galio, and that is a great neutralizer.
Yeah. The Galio pickup, we highlighted it during the draft. Fantastic neutralizer. It's kind of what Galio is all about, being able to neutralize against those picks. And so already having that is going to give you a lot of safety. And also, you know, if you've got a kill lane and then there's a Galio in it, you know, things are not going to go quite as well as you possibly would have expected.
Yeah, one more thing that I do want to throw in before we go into the game as well is that AGH don't also have to play through the bot lane. We've got Wukong Camille. I can definitely see this being an alchemic carry angle here, or Crazy. I mean, if Crazy gets some kills, a fed Wukong can pull off wonders. So, yeah, bot lane, if life is ahead, the game's basically over, I feel like, because I don't know if that card is going to be stopped, but if it doesn't, you've got alternative avenues.
You've got a lot of different places you can play around. Both of these teams will reiterate the stakes one more time. Both of these teams winning this series means that you go on back into the playoffs. Losing this series does not mean you're out. You then go into the losers bracket, where you will face the winners of the losers bracket for your next chance to qualify. It's not do or die right now, but this is the first game in this series, and so you want to come out swinging. Both of these teams have drafted themselves, you know, very them compositions with high priority bot lanes, you know, good junglers to be able to move around the map. But the top lane is a little bit different. We're expecting it to be more of a farm fest. The Ornn on one side suggests that. However, the Camille on the other side could be a lot more aggressive.
It could be, and I do want to also throw in that AGH, the expectation is more on them, as last year's second place runner-ups knocked out in the groups, back through the last chance qualifier. If they do win this, they will be going to the very first round of playoffs. And I'll go as far as to say, if this doesn't look confident for them, I don't know if they'll make it all the way back in.
No, we should expect AGH to run through KTU. KTU are stiff opposition, but still, for the quality of player that AGH are, they should be able to come out ahead. We'll see if they are actually, as we load on to the Rift, we'll see where everybody is starting, because for the minute, it looks like it's going to be pretty standard.
No shenanigans in the early game, just some wards being dropped down. Also, can you look down the items? Actually, it's interesting, Camp, you're not going for the start item. I think it's a strategy where you just go for the pot on the Ornn, and you buy the Bramble Vest straight away.
Yeah, it's not particularly it's not particularly wild. Everything about this is a standard enough start. None of the runes are particularly interesting either. We were expecting the Ignite coming out of Messias. The Ignite teleport is kind of what you run on Akali, nothing too surprising. They're not taking the flash is fine when you have as many dashes and tumbles as the Akali does. The Ignite on the Galio, though, very aggressive and not exactly what we were expecting.
I do think it might be just the case of wanting to have some anti-heal built into your summoners, and knowing that Life and Tomage will have to have defensive summoner spells.
Yeah.
That seems to be a reasonable explanation, as jungler starts Billas in the bot lane without leash. However, if he chooses to go to the Raptors, will be spotted out, whereas Crazy taking Alchemic's help to start off on his red buff.
The solo start, perfectly reasonable on the Volibear. You're going to be able to do that quite easily because of the healing that comes out of the Volibear W will be A-OK. Does end up going towards the Raptors though, so is spotted out. All of a sudden, Poland knows exactly where the KTU jungler has started and will be able to track them through the jungle. This will make everybody a little bit safer. If you are Alchemic, you know you need to play a little bit safe at around the 4-minute mark when a gank is expected to happen.
Yeah, and Life and Tomich, I mean, I don't think they will be able to walk up in the lane too much. As long as Life gets to farm, they will be very happy. And I'm also looking forward to seeing if Tomich can maybe... Okay, he can get quite some poke because he's just going to get engaged upon his Transmog, hops forward with the level 2 hit, will not be able to find the stun earlier on, so no lethal threat, but 2 summoners forced out nonetheless.
Already forcing out summoners is incredibly strong. Also only use the Ignite, which is on the shortest cooldown, so will be able to come back up and be used again. Unfortunately not able to use that E to stun everybody up, but you can see the power already that can come out of this Kalista and Rel in the bot lane. Very strong, even when Life and Tomage are sat right under their tower.
Something to point out, DJM Forever did use already all 3 of his potions, Life sitting still on both of them, and Tomage used 1. I mean, yes, Senna has some sustain, but that Kalista, if you get poked out, you're gonna have to take the recall.
Possible gank coming in into the top lane. No, decides to walk away. It was interesting, Adabilas decided to skip the wolves, meaning that they got up to the lane a lot faster than I think Alchemic would have been expecting. Still didn't walk quite far enough forwards. We'll see a little bit of a split map where the Volibear is going to pick up the top lane Scuttle Crab, and the Wukong should be able to pick up the bot lane one.
Yep. KT, you have the information of Crazy Pathing bot side, the Leash level 1, there was a word on the Raptor, so DJ and Forever and Prasmic playing respectfully, not opening up themselves up to a potential kill or two. Very smart play from the bot lane of KTU.
Prasmic has taken a lot of damage. I'm expecting they went in a bit too far and got taken down. A little bit of a fight here. There is a possible gank for Crazy if Milan decides to go in.
It is pre-level 6 Akali, not sure if Misius will want to try his chances, especially that Magister does have the Ignite, but we are fighting in the bot lane. DJ Forever, he's so very low, and First Blood will be picked up by Life, looking for Prasmuk, who will be able to flash away, and the shield as well, just to stay safe, but the bot lane of AGA strikes first.
That is not what you want to see. You do not want to die to a Karthus as the first blood. Exactly what we were not expecting out of this bottom lane. Way too far forwards out of DJM and Prasmuk. They thought they'd be able to get it. Still though, Billis is down here.
Oh mana on Life and Tomage, this could be dangerous. Billis flashes forward, finds the stun, and Life is locked up down to 200 and should be taken down. You have to believe there is the kill, and Tomage not in too much of a better position. We'll be actually trying to guide around. That is all of damage down to Billis, and Senna can hurt Life. Will be able to pick up the kill. Prasma goes in for the stun. He's trying to lock up the kill for his AD carry. There is the stun, and DJM Forever will be able to get one back. 2-2 is the scoreboard right now.
That was so incredibly close. The ability of a Karthus once dead to still lay down damage is absolutely insane. Manages to pick up the kill onto Billis, but now there's a fight in the mid lane.
This is going to get taunted out, but Magister is the one down to half health. Misses is solo as well, and Magister takes the kill with the help of his jungler. Ignite straight, and that's about it. And chaos all across the map. Gold lead going the way of AGH though.
Chaos all across the map, as you said, but the interesting thing about this is all of a sudden it is not the people we were expecting to come out on top. We said that KT were going to have a lot of early, aggressive priority, and because they're attempting to exploit that, all of a sudden they're finding themselves too far forwards and getting punished by all of the AGH members. This is leaving Poland quite far ahead at this point in time. Only 1k, but that is a significant lead for only 6 minutes into the game. Especially because you've given 2 kills over to Life. Life is not going to do any less damage on this Karthus as we go later into the game. This is not a champion that falls off. If you're able to press your arm either to execute somebody who's already low health or to just chunk people for half of their health before a fight even starts, then all of a sudden you're not fighting on even footing, even if you have all of the members down there, and it should be what you'd expect to be an even fight.
Yep, and that lost chapter means that Life gets to stay in lane for a lot longer. Especially if you're far back enough that the engage range doesn't apply. Of course, when level 6 is hit, that conversation will be redefined. And talking about level 6s, we have them available for the solo laners. So, some tools for a teamfight already available. I'm wondering if we're going to see any action anytime soon around this dragon. It is a cloud, so admittedly not the most high priority one.
It's not the most high priority, but picking it up means you're moving closer to having an interesting and hopefully fun soul. Maybe the Hex Tech, that would be a good time, if not the Infernal. And so picking it up means you're one step closer to picking up that soul, which even if it's not the best of souls, is still useful. Everybody else, though, has decided, no, actually, we're not particularly interested. Both of the junglers are up towards the top lane, looking for a dive possibly onto Alchemic. There are roaming members, though.
Alchemic will dodge away from the Arnold, and here comes the hero's entrance! Alchemic disengages so cleanly up here. Now Billis stuck on the wrong side of the jungle. Macy's will be trying to come up to help. Down comes Requiem, and live kills Billis. Macy's attempting to run away. Remember, the Akali doesn't have the flash, does have the Shuriken flip to get over the wall, but Magister looking to maybe cut him off. It is going to be a one-on-one, and Magister admittedly not too high on mana. AGH, they just completely outplayed this dive.
It was just beautiful the whole way through. It looked pretty bad for Alchemic, but being able to use the cancel on the ultimate, of the Camille, managing to dodge away from most of the CC, using the hookshot wall dive to just jump away after that. And all of a sudden, what should have been a good, well-designed play for KTU is swung entirely in the favor of AGH. Now they've put themselves even further ahead, a 2k gold lead now. And you can see the power, and we talked about it during the draft phase, of this Galio being able to say, hey, we know that you're going to be looking to be aggressive, we can sort of counteract that, absorb the pressure, not allow ourselves to be put into a bad spot, just stop that dive dead in its tracks.
Something about AGH that we talked about when we were preparing for this match is how their drafts are usually so good, they just completely neutralize the comp. Now, I'm not entirely convinced if the draft itself does it, but if you take the draft, and how AGH played the first 8 minutes of this game, I mean, if you're KTU, what the hell are you even supposed to do right now?
You can sit back and wait it out a little bit. You have the ability to do that simply because of the ornaments coming in at level 14 will allow you to not get completely outscaled, but still you have a high priority kill bot lane, an aggressive mid lane, and a high ganking jungler, and yet so far you've not managed to really find anything, and every time you've tried, you've actually fallen down instead.
Not looking great, but they will have some chances. I mean, still level 6 has been hit on DJM and Prasmic. Okay, I think Fate's Call was used because I'm looking at the cooldowns and Life doesn't have flash, so that's the only thing that makes sense right now, is that we already had an attempt with that ult, but when it's back up and Life won't have the flash, this is where I kind of want KTU to really use their comp and kill the Karthus.
You've got to shut down this Karthus. You've got a little bit of a shutdown on them already. Instead, it looks like Crazy just wants to move on to this Drake. Could possibly be spotted out right here by Prasmuk, but there's not a lot that can be done because Belas has decided actually much more interested in just heading up towards the top lane, picking themselves up the Herald. It makes a lot of sense. You are not going to be able to fight in to this Galio, Karthus, and Senna composition, and so just go to the other side of the map. See if you could pick something else up. It's still pre-14 minutes, so the Herald will pick you up a lot of gold off of turret plating, and so this is a fine trade if you are KTU.
If you can use the Herald. I feel like that's the big caveat we have seen in the group stages. Various teams, not calling anyone out in particular, sometimes not using the Herald most effectively, or not being able to. So, if AGH can just play around Billis so that he can place the Herald for actual value in terms of the plates, then yeah, no, it will be absolutely worth. That being said, Herald being dropped in the mid lane, and I don't know if AGH can stop that.
No, once you've played it behind the tower, you will certainly get the charge off. There's no risk of it not getting through. And because of that, all of a sudden, Crazy's in a pretty bad spot where the tower's getting quite low. You might be able to push on and see if you could get a little bit more. It is just also an injection of gold into the pockets of the jungler. And so things are, a little bit more even. That was a nice little trade play. If they'd have gone for this Drake, it could well have gone badly. It's a big fight in the top lane.
Nick will be flashing forward, locks up in the Hextech ultimatum, the Galio combo. You can't get away from the knockup, and Magister will take the kill.
That's the wombo combo we've been wanting to see. As soon as you pair up the Camille and the Galio, you're guaranteeing a knock-up on at least one person, which is always ideal. Sometimes the Galio, comes in a second too late, the disengage has already happened, and now the Galio's left out to dry a little bit. Oh, fighting in the mid lane too.
Yeah, Crazy will not take damage from the second part of the perfect execution, actually, and Magister will be flashing over the wall with the Ignite, takes the kill. In the meantime, the bot lane live did fall down, so Prasmic and DJM Forever finally reclaiming a bit of that kill bot lane that was meant to be.
You can see finally that able to get onto this. Sorry, more fighting in the mid lane. This should just fizzle out and die. I'm not expecting Belas to actually go down to Magister. In the bottom lane, Life finally getting shut down is a nice play, as never mind, Magister's in trouble.
He definitely overextended here. I don't think there's much more to say as Capio punishes the positioning from the mid lane of AGH.
Yeah, just way too far forwards for Manchester, and so you can see that still, KTU, although they've not had the ideal early stages of this game, they're still managing to find themselves, picks, places to get in on. It was just way too aggressive out of Manchester standing far too far forwards, gets, picked off, and you can see the power that is the engage composition that KTU have drafted for themselves. It's just in these early stages of the game where we thought they'd get ahead, they have not done so far. Once we get to team fights, however, it depends on if Alchemic decides to split push or actually wants to get involved.
Yeah, a lot of that is going to be on the execution and how the teams approach the team fights. I feel like 2 minutes until this next dragon, that's where we're gonna get a really good check on the power of KTU. First mythic already being picked up by DJM. But yeah, it's the road up for KTU. It's been not great the first few minutes, but right now the gold is almost even.
It is indeed, and Life has to be a little bit careful here. Lots of members hanging around looking to get on them.
Doesn't have flash. That is going to be the Magnet Storm, and Messias going right in. Life still staying somewhat healthy, but not for too long. That is the execution. Prasme caught out on the wrong side of it all. Is he gonna go down? Yes, he is. Life makes it a 1-for-1.
Oh, you can see the power of this, Karthus, even when dead, still able to pick up kills. And the thing with the Karthus is, if every single time the Karthus dies, they still manage to pick up a kill, they're doing well for themselves. Manchester now might have caught out.
Yeah, I think he's dying here again, to be completely honest. No flash. He's going to use the taunt. Has got the blast cone, but Capio is cutting him off from the top side. There is another dash, but that is the slow. And Mistius will be donated the kill. Second one on the Akali. The assassin is getting gold.
Finally, Missy is managing to find a way into the game, and this could spell disaster for Life. We've seen the amount of damage that Life can do when dead, still, being able to instantly assassinate out some of the squishier members of AGH. It will put them in a nice spot, KTU. Everything seems to be a little bit calm for a second, although, once again, possibly a fight in the bottom lane.
Smig and DJM are sneaking up. We don't have the ultimate for the Rel, but if maybe a stun can be found, that should be enough. Life trying to get away. That is a big chunk of damage with the spear, and Life just walking forward. Optimal position for DPS output, and Prasmuk, he's running away. The Requiem is going to come down. Tomic is going to fall down as Bill has managed to channel the auto attack through the flash, and 2-for-1 going the way of KTU. This game is devolving into a fiesta.
It is indeed, and I love to see it. It's so fun. The thing is, Life, every single time they die, they still pick themselves up multiple kills. It's very impressive. Big gank going down big damage going down onto the mid lane tower. Capio caught on the wrong side.
He's buying time for Billis, though, it feels like, but Alchemic is going to jump right onto him and take him out of the equation. Crazy. He's still life stealing. He's still staying alive. He's going to juke Billis, and the shutdown goes the way of Crazy.
And that's the power that you can see out of the Wukong, just being insanely annoying. And that is 2 kills and the mid lane tower picked up for Poland. Not what we were expecting at all. It was looking pretty good, actually, for KTU. And then all of a sudden it just falls down. Also, AGH is going to be able to pick themselves up this Drake as well. That's now 2 for them. We'll see what soul it is going to be in the end. And it's going to be in the Infernal Drake. We're going to love to see that. It's going to mean big fighting, more damage being able to be laid down. If you are either of these squads, it's going to be so strong.
Yeah, and I must say I was kind of looking forward to if KTU can force a fight around this dragon and maybe use some of their hard engage to find themselves a fight in a decisive lead, but they just got caught up in the fighting so much that AGH were able to take on without contest as Tomic is going to go down for sure. I mean, there's no way. You don't have flash. Come on, it's illegal to escape. Yes, he does.
Oh, that was incredibly unfortunate, not being able to land the E, and all of a sudden Tomic is just able to walk out. There was a lot of resources committed down into the bottom lane. KTU had brought themselves down 4 members, and then Tomic just sort of walks away, doesn't burn, only burns the heal, does not burn the flash, even didn't have it up. Just unfortunate if you're KTU that a lot of the plays that they look like they almost are going to get started just fall down.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to connect with them because the scaling is coming through. You've got Life slowly building up the damage on the items. Now, Tomic also with the Umbral Glaive. Getting any vision set up around the objective is going to be so difficult as Capio is going to get the dove this time around. Can't even hold back. Alchemic executes him, and Double Sunderer, baby, you can do enough damage, I guess. Messias, though, will be looking for revenge. Alchemic is admittedly very low. Here comes the hero's entrance, though, and the shields. They're just so damn much, and Magister with the 5th kill of his game.
Boom, just instantly coming down with Magister has found themselves such success during this game. Just being able to stop people from dying left, right, and center, constantly ulting up whenever the hero's entrance is up. You have got to be careful. We said Messias might be able to begin to find kills once they had gotten a little bit of gold in their back pockets, but if every single time they try to get on a roam, Magister is just there with that Galio ultimate, there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, it's Alchemic, okay? He is playing on the edge here. Gonna take a touch shot as well. Crazy. Trying to take down the tier 2 tower. Is going to be able to flash this over the wall. Oh, thank God. Thank God he dies, because I was about to lose it.
That was so infuriating. Finally does go down. There's more fighting.
Big engage from Prasmic. Locks up the bot lane of AGH. Life will be flashing towards the tower, and Prasmic falls down to Tomic. Down comes the Stormbringer, and Billas takes the kill. It's, well, we're finally seeing the split of the map that we were hoping for.
Yeah, indeed, this is the way that we expected things to begin to go, but oh my god, it took 3 members and all ultimates being laid down in order to get kills onto Life and Tomage without return kills going down. Finally go, they're going to also pick up the bottom lane tower, and this is putting DJM Ferv and Presmic back into a nice spot that they weren't in previously. Sorry, more fighting.
Indeed, Magister is going to get some good damage onto Messias. That is a high AP damage build on the Galio. I mean, not the most offensive items, but yeah, it's gonna hurt if you get hit by it, is the point I'm trying to get to.
This is the main power of the Galio. You can build relatively defensive items, you know, being able to lock people down with the Everfrost, but still deal enough damage to be a threat. We've now got 4 members versus 2 here. Bit more.
Yeah, Magister on the front. That was going to be double knock coming in from Capio, and Magister is going to pop the Zonius. Crazy going over the cycle. Mitsu solo on the backside. Tomic is trying to find his way into the fight. The Cali still unseen. Magister will fall down, and Crazy looking for the red-hand kills. Bill as will fall, and so does DJM forever. It's disengaged for KTU, and Blasco will get Prasmuk just out. Alchemy comes over for the double Blascos for Capio looking for that triple, and it will be live, taking the kill. AGH 4-for-1.
4-for-1 in what was a beautiful fight right here. Lovely collapse. It looked pretty bad for AGH. They were beginning to get collapsed upon, but instead they finally managed to get all of the members down there. It's the power of having Magister be able to get in. Didn't even have to use the ultimate as well, and constantly being able to use life to just lay down massive amounts of damage with the Requiem. Just a beautiful fight all around. You can see the ability of them finally to disengage. We were worried during draft that they wouldn't have enough disengage, but with the Galio have enough to be able to move back, reset themselves, and then come into the fight 4-for-1. Not getting any towers in return, but they now have priority onto the Infernal Drake spawning in 17 seconds.
ATU are playing it blind. They've actually got 2 deep wards, which Messias could use for a flank, but when it comes to the Dragon Pit itself, you don't know what's going on. That being said, Fate's Call going in between Life and Tomic, and Life is being locked up. I don't think he cares though. That's Teleport Hero's entrance. Prasmic is dead, and AGH now with 5 members both will be looking to go for the Drake. Messias did go for the flank. Does get taunted up. Alchemic hookshotting in onto the ball lane of KTU, and Messias takes down Tomic. He's gonna go golden. I mean, surely the account doesn't survive here. Magister will be able to finish off the kill. KTU getting one, but can they escape with their lives? Requiem down, and the health bars are blinking. Alchemic is unstoppable, and the almost ace follows through. Capio split pushing in the top lane hopelessly, as AGH will take the fight, will take the Drake, and will establish full control over the map.
They are in such a dominant position now, AGH. It was lovely. I mean, sorry, little bit of a shout out to Messias managing to pick themselves up a kill amidst 4 members. In the end, it doesn't even matter though. They still end up going down. It is a tower in return for Capio, but as you said, everything has gone the way of the Polish squad. They are in full control of this game now, up 6k gold. Just insane the whole way through. Playing absolutely lovely. I think Capio might end up going down now. This is a very, very delayed ace. Still, though, it is just showing the absolute power out of the entire AGH roster.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to Alchemic. pulling off the Camille. A lot of the time we've seen the top laners in this tournament defaulting onto the tanky champions, but you know, Camille is always the one that you can prove yourself, and Alchemic has had good showings in the group stage on those carry champions. Now in the LCQ, yet again stepping up.
These top laners, if you have watched from the group stage as well, you might have seen something that began to happen, which was where top laners were actually the swing factor. Everybody was playing the tanks, and then all of a sudden somebody would pick out something a little bit different. The Aatrox, the Gnar, we saw those quite a few times, and they would actually be able to swing the game in the favour of their team. And so, if you have Alchemic, who usually plays tanks, being able to play these aggressive champions, all of a sudden you have another point of power you can play around. And speaking of points of power, picking up this Baron would allow them to push forwards, possibly for the win.
Magister is not even needed there. He doesn't have teleport, he's bot lane right now. I just find it quite funny. As Billas will fall down because of, I assume, attempting to steal the Baron, stop it. It's an 8,500 gold lead. AGH, this wasn't a clean mid-game, but they have gotten there in the end. They are in a position where they will want to wrap this game up soon.
You saw the beginnings of the power spike coming out of KTU in the middle lane. Still, though, now, much more power over in the side of AGH. Pushing forwards, they're going to take out this mid lane inhibitor incredibly quickly. They have got a wave coming in the bot lane, a nearly pushed in wave in the top lane as well, so they can continue to exert this pressure. And now that you have super minions pouring down the middle, you're going to be able to sit back and pick yourselves up the Drake in 3 minutes if you want it, and just continue to pressure the side lanes.
I honestly think it's quite impressive how AGH managed to save life and Tolage in the very early game. I will hold on with this one actually, because Alchemic is going to have a lot of ults thrown his way, but seems to be fine just getting out.
Alchemic does not care. We highlighted earlier on... Oh, there's a fight.
Okay, in the bot lane, members of KTU are falling, and Messias, the last one there, is going to use the Zonias to delay the damage. DJ Forever and Capio trying to save this fight, but there's nothing left there. It is 3-4-1. Going the way of AGH, they're going to take the bot lane inhibitor. Alchemic will be working on the top side one. It's a complete destruction of the base. Actually, you know what? Screw the top lane in him. Let's go for the Nexus Towers, as AGH are going to be pushing the pedal to the metal. DJ Forever gets one more kill. I guess that is it with Capio. I don't know how much time he can buy there. It's 2 more seconds for Prasmec, 5 for Billis, but the Nexus is open, and AGH will take game 1 over KTU.
AGH in what was in the end a pretty clean game. The early game was good, the mid game was a little bit iffy, but by the time we get into the late game, as soon as the Baron spawns, things just explode across the map, and Poland picked themselves up a very nice win.
It is impressive indeed, and what impressed me the most, what I wanted to say before, you know, the last fight of the game happened, is how AGH, they made sure Life and Tomage didn't fall down in the very early game. Once they were stable enough, they said, okay, we're going to actually play to our win condition, get Alchemic ahead. Magister picked up a lot of kills along the way. And yes, Life and Tomage got ganked. They died a lot. But they didn't die enough to be actually irrelevant. And towards the end of the mid-game, AGH had 5 members which were strong.
Really did. Everybody across the board played beautifully. I think if I'm highlighting anyone, it's Magister, just being able to absorb so much pressure. But as you said, Life and Tomage died a lot, but every single time they died, they actually managed to pick themselves up another kill. We've got some replays coming up to show you sort of what happened throughout this game. There was a lot of action, a lot of fighting all across the board. We'll take a look at these right now.
I'm honestly not sure. Okay, that was the very first fight happening in the bot lane. I mean, you should not be dying in this lane, I almost feel like, but Life and Tomage just play around those rail engages so well.
Do indeed, and if you look at this, what should be very important and what you really need to be watching is the fact that although Life goes down, still manages to pick up Prasmec here, still manages to pick up another, you know, set of kills, and it means that although Life has been getting ganked, going down, still managing to pick up kills every single time. This was just way too aggressive out of KTU. I don't know why they went for this. The tower had already gone down, and although Capio was trying to buy time for Bellas to get in there, still didn't manage to find any of the kills. Goes down as well, and things at this point began to swing much more solidly in the favor of Poland.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one good play. This is a clean dive. This is what I would have wanted to see much earlier than 18 minutes. I mean, this happens 10 minutes earlier, and you've suddenly got a Fed Killista. But, you know, KTU, it just wasn't enough. This team fight, I mean, this was scrappy if I recall correctly, but still, AGH were just a bit too far ahead at this point.
had the power of the wallet at this point as well, and you can see the power of the disengage. A lot of CC constantly managing to just pull their way backwards. The Wukong very strong. I wonder if we might be seeing a ban onto this. It was just annoying the whole way through, which is exactly what you want out of your Wukong. Being annoying, constantly managing to escape from fights that they really had no business to do so. It was a 4-kill fight right there, and just overall a very nice game out of Poland. If you're the Polish roster, I think you could pull out this kind of team composition again, with some power in the top lane, some power in the bottom lane, someone who can sit back and absorb pressure in the mid lane, and an activating jungler. Perfect, beautiful, loved it all the way through. If you're Lithuania, however, I want to see some adaptation out of KTU, because what they tried did not work.
Yeah, they need to adapt either the very early game playstyle, or they will need to, at the very least, well, yeah, throw it up in draft. It is a best of 3. They will have one more chance, but I believe we are going to go into a break before the next game, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Welcome back everyone to the UEM Last Chance Qualifier, brought to you by Twitch Student and Intel. Still Catch here, still joined by Black Blockster, and we saw AGH take quite a methodical win in the game 1. It is a best of 3, so let's see if they can close it out, or if KTU will be taking us to game 3.
Yeah, if we're looking back at game 1, it was very nice out of AGH all over. It was a lovely game. The mid game was a little bit iffy, a couple of places where the KTU roster began to come online, but for the most part I'm really impressed with them. They played cleanly, as we were expecting, because as we were looking at these teams in the pre-game, we were kind of expecting AGH to come forwards and be the most, the most agency-having and impactful team. However, KTU are not out of it yet. It is a best of 3, as you said. They can win another 2 games and put themselves forwards. Even if they do lose here, they still go down into the lower bracket, so it's not, fully do or die right now. But if you're looking at AGH, happy with what they played before. KTU, though, I want to see some adaptation.
Yeah, either adaptation of playstyle or adaptation of team comp, because honestly, what they showed at 18 minutes with the gangs bot lane, that was fine.
Yeah.
Just please, do it earlier than 18 minutes and you might just win the game. So I think the comp from KTU, they could change it. I think it personally was fine. But yeah, they need to at the very least change the way they approach the early game.
Yeah, indeed. It was a volley bear from the jungle for KTU. That's a high priority jungler, should be all across the map finding lots of kills. Instead, kind of got nothing done until much later on into the game. We saw one very clean, very nice dive down in the bottom lane. Everything else ended up with people sort of running one by one into their death like lemmings off of the edge. And also, you had an Akali in the middle lane versus Galio that also got killed on a lot of ganks. There was just more ganking priority coming out of Crazy, which is not exactly what you expected when you looked at the champions. The Wukong can be a good ganker, nowhere near as good as the Volibear though. So if we're looking at what KTU need to do, I really want Bilas to be ganking more, getting on top of people and really exerting the power of the champions that they pick up. If it's another high gank priority champion, gank with it. For God's sake, if you sit back until 18 minutes like you said, your team is already losing.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's really anything else to add. Maybe I would have liked to see Billy's path towards the bot side, because let's be honest, if you're going top side, Ornn, not your ideal gank candidate, especially into a Camille, like just hook shots away in the early game. Not much else you can do here. So yeah, Bilas, maybe changing things up, maybe looking for some other pick than Volibear. I also kind of want to know what sides are we going to see in this next game, because a Cali first pick happened.
Yeah.
And Messias had some nice roams to the bot lane early on, but other than that, it was just a kill here, a kill there, but nothing substantial.
I don't know if that was the fault of the Akali, however. The Galio was kind of the perfect counterpick. Anywhere the Akali wanted to go, the Galio was always there. Into the bottom lane, trying for a fight, all of a sudden the Galio's there. Goes to the top lane trying for a dive, all of a sudden the Galio's there. And so possibly, if you want to play something equally as aggressive, maybe not the Akali, maybe something else so aggressive, you just want to ban out some of those really defensive picks. They banned out the Zillion, maybe also ban out the Galio, but then again, it means you're going to be leaving other things up and available that perhaps you don't want to leave on the board, maybe even the the Jhin perhaps, which was something that we saw banned out especially as well. So it is a difficult position to be put in, KTU, but I think they can play around the same sort of style like you said. They might just have to change their bans a bit to match.
Yeah, either change the bans or maybe pick the Akali a bit later on, wait until you see some of the comp of AGH, and then decide, right, actually it's Akali time, because, yeah, if you first pick Akali, you are literally asking Magister to lock in the Galio for you.
Yeah. Exactly, it was pretty expected. We knew that Magister could play it as well. The Galio was something that was not completely out of the realms of their champion pool, and so picking the Akali so early on was a little bit interesting. I'd also like to see something a little bit different from the top lane. Clearly playing a big tank and trying to absorb the pressure out of Alchemic is not working. If Alchemic continues to get priority in this draft, maybe you have to take the fight to them. Otherwise, the top lane begins to swing in your favour slowly but surely if you are Poland, and then it's very difficult for KTU to actually fight into that.
And Capio was the mid laner for KTU in the group stage, so we know he can play those aggressive champions, because you don't tend to play Ornn in the mid lane, at least not a lot if you're that kind of player. So he can pull out the Yasuos, he can pull out the Yonis, or even Mages, hell, if he wants to. So yeah, change up in the top lane, I could see that happen as well. Either way, this looked like a very AGH dominated team. What we are expecting from the returning runner-ups against KTU, who came fourth in their group, had a good run in the LCQ so far, but this is looking like their first really tough opponent, and they're gonna have to adapt.
have to adapt at this point in time. Getting knocked down into the losers bracket just feels bad as well. You then have to wait quite a while to be able to play your next set of games, get in a little bit of time to cool down, not in the mindset anymore. And at this point, you've already been knocked out of groups, then you get knocked out of the winners bracket of the last chance qualifier. That just feels bad the whole way through. Both of these teams are good enough to get themselves back into the group. It is just unfortunate for KTU that they've run up against what is one of the best teams that we had seen, and were looking to do very well when we were looking at the group stage, first of all, in AGH. If AGH are able to continue to pull themselves forward and do well, I mean, I don't know what KTU can do. They have avenues, most certainly. There were things that went well for them in the last game, but it's going to be a steep road if they actually want to come out on top of AGH.
Yeah, and I think even if KTU end up losing this game, if they can make it look close, if they can, get a playstyle and execute on it, I'm feeling good for this team, because as we mentioned time and time again, for anyone just tuning in, if you lose here, you go to the lower bracket, you're going to play off stream later today still for a chance in the playoffs. And KTU, yes, they might be looking like they're getting out much from the first game, but if they can stand up to AGH, I'm feeling positive that we might end up seeing them in playoffs.
Possibly. I think there is the ability all across this roster to find ways forwards. The only place we're not expecting KTU to really find any aggressive plays is out of Capio. Everyone else, though, can play well. We've seen the ability of, Missius to play something aggressive. If it just had worked out a tiny bit better, wasn't into a Galio, perhaps there would have been the ability to find their way back into the game. However, if we look over at Poland, I think after this game, and if they are managing to take this second game off of KTU, they have high aspirations going into groups, definitely looking for that top 8, get themselves in on that 14.5k, prize pool. And so if you are AGH, you've got to be running through KTU, I think. The first game was dominant enough, make your second game even cleaner, even more dominant, don't have those slip-ups in the mid-game, and then you can really set your aspirations a lot higher than perhaps you did when you got knocked out of groups in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to aspiration of the roster, I imagine if I'm in the player's head, they're going for it all, right? You came second last year, you're supposed to go up. So these players want to go all the way to the finals, they will want to be winning this whole tournament. They've got quite a long way to go. In the last chance qualifier, it's looking good. Of course, as casters, we have to stay objective. We're gonna go one step at a time. I'm not gonna be here being like, hey guys, AGH are gonna win. I think they're definitely one of the main contenders, but, one step at a time. Game 1 look clean, repeat the same thing in Game 2, and then we'll start talking about playoffs seriously.
This last chance qualifier is the sort of final warm-up step that we have before we get into the bigger meat of it that is the playoffs. Not for a little while until the finals, and so the big playoffs that we've got later on in this month are going to be absolutely insane. We've got some really heavy-hitting teams. If you're looking for sort of the teams to watch, while we're waiting for draft here, Bobcats and Kit Esports, absolutely insane. Yeah. They did not lose a single game, either of them, in their group stage, and so both of these teams are looking to make their way all the way through. I don't know if either of these teams, if they do make it into playoffs, would be able to find the best time versus them, but I don't know who could be either of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, also Group D, let's not forget, that was the group of death that AGH got knocked out from. Esports Team 20 and AIX, that are both already in playoffs, I feel like are the ones to watch, and this is actually where it will get interesting. Well, maybe not necessarily in this match, because we have cross-group play. Both these teams coming in from the group stage, AGH from Group D, KTU from Group C. However, AGH finished 3rd, looking like they could make out, whereas KTU finished squarely 4th. So, not too much of a comparison here. I mean, it's just honestly exciting having these teams come back. Next match is going to be even better, actually, because both of the teams' next match are from Group A, and they played against each other, and they're already at 1-1, so we know it's supposed to be close.
Yeah, both of these teams coming out of Group A, if you did not watch the group stage, Group A was the group that included Kit Esports, and so obviously Kit Esports took their way. Was it not, or was it Bobcats?
I'm trying to think. I think A was Bobcats. I think KTC was Group B.
Alright, we're going to be on to draft in a second anyway. Either way, they were in one of those groups that had all of the ridiculous teams up at the top, and so in the next matchup it's going to be a little bit insane. For the minute though, this matchup, will Poland be able to find their way into a second win back into the playoffs, or are KTU going to be able to take us to another game?
We have the sides being swapped around, Yasuo taken away, so Capio not going to be able to get his hands on it. Might be another on duty game. We'll see what KTU have planned for us, as Vigar still getting banned.
Yeah, Vigo coming off of the board, as is the Yasuo. Clearly, nobody is particularly interested in seeing either of those picks banned in the first round, banned again now. I mean, taking the Vigo off of the board, it makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of anti-engage, which is exactly what sort of was hurting KTU in the previous game. The Cassiopeia are going to go off of the board as well. Nobody wants to see DJM on some of those aggressive picks.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista was left things to be desired, let's just say. So, AGH feeling comfortable in banning out the more usual picks from DJM and still leaving up that Kalista. I wonder what's gonna happen to Jhin. That was banned on the red side last game by AGH. Right now, KTU getting rid of the Wukong. Jhin still... Jin's still left up on the table. There we go, I can speak English.
Yeah, will you take the Jhin off of the board? Both Life and DJM can play it. It's been very impactful during the previous rounds. The Nautilus are actually going to go off of the board. So, if the Jhin is left available here, it could well be the first pick out of the Polish squad. If you're KTU, do you want to let it go? You do let it go. Taking the Galio off the board, like we said, the Galio really changed things. So, not wanting to leave that open available, will it be, you know, a pickup of the Jhin? Very strong, very impactful for Life. Or are you happy to let Life go on to other things? Gets hovered and gets locked in. Exactly what we're expecting. It is the premier AD carry at the moment. It's so incredibly strong. And so picking that up as a first pick still gives you a lot of flexibility because, you know, it doesn't need a specific kind of supporting composition around it. It's just strong on its own.
Exactly. And what is going to be the answer? Of course, you don't have the almost free engage of a Nautilus going into that. Viego was left open first game through the whole draft, I believe. Now is going to be the jungler of choice for Billas.
Yeah, instant lock as well can be very strong. We've seen it a lot during the MSI patch at that tournament and also just across the rest of the ecosystem. And so picking that up instantly, very strong. Oh boy, alrighty, this is a gauntlet throwdown saying, hey, it was not the draft, it was the execution.
Please do it, please do it, please do it, please do it.
Yeah.
Nasus support into Kalista, I'm all for it.
It is the perfect counter into the Kalista, can absolutely destroy. Hovering it, we can get baited by this. Hopefully it does get locked in. If not, you're looking, you know, probably to get your support anyway.
They're playing us. They're getting played.
We're getting played a little bit. Still, though, picking up that Camille, it was played to perfection, basically, by Alchemic. Other than a few slightly iffy fights, still was played just lovely. And so, picking that up again, can continue to give a lot of top lane priority to this AGH roster. Seeing what it's paired with, probably a support. This is what we're expecting.
Okay, now, not entirely unexpected, since Tomic played Zyra 3 times yesterday and has been playing it a lot. And I really mean a lot in his solo queue recently, so going for that one, not an assist, but honestly, it's pretty hard to kite with Kalista when you have this Strangle Thorns throw down and 20 plants around you.
Oh yeah, it is incredibly hard. The Kalista wanting to duck and dive and weave, and you just stop that dead in its tracks. The return, though, is going to be the Jax. If this is a Jax up into the top lane, that really does counter out the Camille, can stop a lot of the Camille's aggression, and so all of a sudden this top lane is very, you know, explosive.
Yeah, I mean, the split pushing aspect towards the later stages of the game, as well as the fact that if you get ahead, well, neither of these champions is going to have a really fun time playing from behind. So, jungler for AGH is what I'm looking at. What are you going to put up to try and play around Alchemic, or maybe even your bot lane, or where the hell are you even looking at for AGH? Because right now, this comp, it can go in any direction.
AGH have left themselves wide open in terms of the direction that they want to go. The Akali being taken off the board, clearly they do not want to see Misios on it again. Gave them enough trouble that actually they're pretty happy to just take it off of the board. See where the final bans are going to go towards. I'm expecting some more mid lane priority. The jungle is very impactful. You know, Crazy wants to get all across the map, did a very good job on the Wukong previously, but that's already taken off the board. You've also taken off of the board the Lee Sin, and so maybe a little bit of a ban onto the mid lane. Instead, Graves, another jungle ban gonna come through, so actually very much looking to ban out Crazy.
Yeah, I thought maybe we are going to see something towards Manchester, but no, just getting rid of all the aggressive junglers that are in his pool. We'll see what is going to be the last ban. Silas, I thought maybe support bans, but no, leaving all the other engaged ones on the table.
There's a lot of good engage options still up and available. I mean, the Rel is still available. If they really just want to run back the same composition they played last time, could well be picked up. We're expecting the support right now, unless they want to go with a counter-pick support, which is not to be expected. And the bot!
Okay. I mean,
really?
KT are going all out. Bard for Prasmic. I mean, it's a playmaker. It's all I wanted to see.
It is indeed a playmaker. The thing with this is it might be one of those interesting strategies where actually the Kalista does end up, using that ultimate on somebody else, not the support. You don't necessarily want to throw Bard forwards, whereas if you can throw forwards either a Viego or a Jax, that can be very strong. However, still the absorption method is the way to go for Magiska. Gonna pick up the Zillion.
I'm just trying to think. We have seen this morning in MSI Kalista mid. Is there an angle for KTU to do that? I mean,
It is possible.
Just to throw another twist out there, a curveball. You would have to look and probably an AP carry. Either way, that is a lot of speculation. And okay, they're not going to go for the revival combo, but it is going to be that Volibear for the engage together with the Zillion for Magister and the Zoe to respond.
Alright, so we're seeing the same sort of composition here. The real difference right now is the Bard. All of a sudden, the Bard being in this spot lane means that you're probably not seeing the high aggressive kills that we were expecting out of KTU. It didn't exactly work for them last time around, though, so maybe actually having the ability to sit back a little bit more strong. The whole of the KTU roster, though, is going to be looking for aggressive plays during the mid-game. That's exactly when this composition is going to spike. There's ability to find a few, plays in the early stages of the game, solo kills perhaps in the top lane and the mid lane. But this whole composition is geared towards getting into this mid game. However, on the side of Poland, this composition is really gunning for the early game, I'd say. With the high priority ganking coming out of the Volibear, you want to get ahead.
I agree. I think that actually junglers are going to be the focus on both sides, to be completely fair. Bilas on the Viego also has to do a lot of work, because looking at both of these comps, I am not seeing too much threat without some kind of jungler intervention. Bot lane is probably the most volatile lane, but when you have two range support, Zara versus Bard, it's not like one of them has an inherent range advantage, and so you're probably just going to end up trading, and we'll see which way that goes.
Indeed, everything across the board looks a little bit more even. I'm really excited to look at the top lane, actually. We didn't really highlight the top lane matchup. We sort of talked about Alchemic quite a lot because the Camille was played very well last time around, but actually, we said during the end of the last game, start of this one, we really wanted to see Capillo take the fight to Alchemic. Sitting back on the Ornn did not work, and so picking the Jax, which is a very high skilled but slightly leaning in the Jax's favor matchup, all of a sudden this top lane is way more impactful, and whoever gets ahead can really begin to swing the fight. They can either start split pushing or they can get into team fights and really destroy things.
Yeah, and that also is another avenue for junglers to go down, because looking at all these lanes, I think the junglers have basically a field day to choose where they're gonna go. Even the mid lane, Zillion versus Zoe, especially before level 6, you can gank both of them very easily.
Yeah, indeed. There are a lot of potential for ganks. As you said, the junglers are who we're going to be wanting to focus on. The bot side of the map could well be high kills, high aggression, but really these junglers are going to be spread pretty thin. They're going to have to pick themselves one or two lanes to actually focus on, probably either the top mid lane or the mid lane bot lane. You can't really spread yourself thin across every single lane, otherwise there's not a lot of time to farm in between, and so deciding who they're going to actually gank onto is the most important decision these junglers are going to make this entire game. Who would you like them to focus on?
Ooh, so this is how I'm going to start thinking about it. It's about which bot lane can have more of an impact. And I feel like if Life and Tomage get ahead, then that just negates the composition of KTU, because they're all fairly short range. So honestly, I want to see Crazy go down towards the bot lane, which means that Bilas, if you get Capio ahead, great. Your other choice is try and respond and make sure DJM and Prasmic are going to be strong enough to contest them.
Makes sense. It does. And so, straight onto the Rift we go. Looking at all of the summoner spells and at all of the rune choices, there's nothing particularly interesting across the board. It is going to be the Dark Harvest Jhin. We are expecting that. That's mainly what's being played on Jhin at the moment, just being able to pop people with that fourth shot.
And also no real tanks on the side of KTU, just Jax. Capio is going to be building tanky. Bilas is probably going to be annoying, but that's mostly thanks to healing, so no reason why you couldn't go the Eclipse Lethality Jhin route. That has been pushed off for quite a while now.
It has been. Nobody really likes to play it. And now all of a sudden... Ooh, that was an interesting little noise out of the bard there, sorry.
Ascending into the ethereal plane.
Absolutely love to hear it. A little bit loud there, but we can really see that the bard is definitely here. We are not dreaming it up. We do indeed have a bard Kalista. Now, when we think of Kalista lanes, we think aggression. We think Rel, as we saw in the previous game. You know, we think Alistar. We do not really think bard.
Not the most conventional choice. I feel like Bard can absolutely match the early aggression, and we're going to see how that happens. Nice thunder for Frasmuk, but you're facing a Jhin Zyra. The range is massive. The damage, if you get caught up by CC, I mean, you're dead, basically. So you have to play it very carefully.
And so carefully, you cannot just sit yourself too far forward, look for any aggression, which is kind of opposite to what you expect from a Kalista. However, once you get into the mid game, as a possible gank onto the mid lane.
Crazy looking for the gank, flashes forward for the stun. Magister will be able to flash away both summoners down from Messias, and here comes Billas. He is going to be able to save his mid laner. Flashes down from AGH, both summons down from Messias. Roughly an even trade.
Overall, even trade, as you said. Billas only had to walk in right towards the end and say hi, meaning that no summon spells burnt on Billas is the only sort of point in which there was a not fully even trade. You can see up in the top lane there is a big wave being pushed in out of Capio. It's not a free lane for Alchemic, as was happening in the last game.
Yeah, able to get that early shove in. The build path is the same, Corruption Pod and the Biscuits as well, so there is no real difference in terms of that. But also, Alchemic needs to play careful because he knows that Billas is going to be going up towards the top side.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at these compositions in context of the whole series, we expected Poland to not really change things up that much, and indeed we've got the same sort of composition that we saw out of them previously, but the change that has been seen on KTU is much more stark, more aggression in the top lane, slightly less aggression in the bottom lane, and still a mid laner who can just pop people. I think if Billas is able to get across the rest of the map in a way that they weren't able to in the last game on the Volibear, all of a sudden you'll be in a much nicer spot for actually winning this game. This game shouldn't go anywhere.
It absolutely shouldn't. The double bomb lands, but Messias is halfway down across the tower, so yeah, Crazy's got no choice. He's gonna have to give it up. Now, he's going for a bit of an invade. Got priority in the top lane for backup. Billas will be able to secure this red off and goes for a recall.
Oh, this is interesting. It could have been an interesting fight.
Okay, that is so first, and first blood goes the way of life. This is what I kind of wanted to say. You said the bot lanes are aggressive. Yeah, because it's mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, everybody's looking to sit back actually for KTU and instead getting taken down. Last game we saw the exact same thing as well, where KTU were looking to get a little bit aggressive, get taken down. A little bit of a fight in the top lane too.
Capio dropping down the Ignite. Alchemic is going to get low. One more attack will do it, and there we go. Capio 1v1s Alchemic, and the minions make it a 1-for-1.
Woohoo! Fighting up in the top lane, we said it was a skill matchup, and indeed going 1-for-1 still. The early aggression on Capio managing to find that fight. You can see how having the Ignite is so strong. Neither of these top laners decided to take Flash. We are going to see 4 members of KTU down in this bottom lane right now. They're going to pick themselves up the first Cloud Drake, and once again, starting with the Cloud Drake means that the Soul we're going to see later on can be much more impactful.
Obligatory point out that life did die due to a gank from Billas, so that is why they are able to secure this dragon, and KTU off to a good start. Of course, this game is probably going to be very messy on the account of the fact that it's already even in kills, and AGH, they've got a bunch of early game damage to respond with.
They have so much early game damage, but if you're KTU, the priority and the expectation to get things done is still on you. You need to get yourself ahead, especially with something like the Viego. Viego from behind feels terrible. Viego from ahead feels basically unstoppable. Gank in the mid lane.
Homage finds the root, the bombs are coming down, and Messias basically cannot move. He is dead.
Oh,
Beautiful
no.
roam from the support of AGH.
Magister playing the defensive champions well again. This puts you in great stead. Sorry, there's a fight in the top lane.
Yeah, hookshot just connects. I mean, for a second I thought Alchemic might whip there, but no,
Yeah, that was
he's
squeaky.
got it.
Yeah, just about connects. And as I was saying, as though Prasmuk possibly behind Alchemic, 3 members of KTU in the top lane.
We're going to be looking for that kill. Alchemic still does get stunned up. Is going to use that Hextech ultimatum, and Capio, he can't get the kill, and Prasmuk now going to get double bomb, but the AGH squad 3 makes more than 2, so they will be the ones coming out on top.
Prasmuk thought that they had the flank. Unfortunately, it was a flank on top of a flank on top of a flank, and in the end, Poland comes out on top. This is a risky B. Everybody is going to walk away, and finally things might calm down a little bit more. Still though, we're keeping up in terms of kills, equal to minutes. We'll see if this continues for the rest of the game. Take a look across the whole map. There is a 2k gold lead for AGH right now. Other than that though, things are pretty even. The top lane is where most of the aggression is happening. The bot lane is the only place where I'm particularly looking at things beginning to swing solidly in the favor of one team.
Most of the gold lead that AGH has is in this bot lane, 1.2k in between the AD carry and the support, and the support gold lead matters because both Zyra and Bard are actually going to be dealing damage in this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, Life and Tomage off to a good start, but I'm going to be waiting for this Dragon level 6s on everyone to see if KTU are going to be starting with the game back, but that is the route down onto DJ and forever. He's going to be the flash away, Prasmuk eating all the shots and taking the magical journey away to safety.
Ooh, magical journey just about saving DJM was sat in the fog of war. That's why the 4th shot could not be landed, but still, the bot lane of AGH managing to push all of the KTU members away. They're going to be able to get some turret plates for themselves as well. You can see the power right here as a dive onto Alchemic.
It's not connecting. Hook shot gets him out, and that is going to be the push onto the top lane. I wonder if Billas wants to go for the Dragon, not Dragon, the Baron. Not the Baron, there we go, 3rd time's the charm. The Herald, that's the one.
There we go.
Going to be pinging it out.
Yeah, finally going to go on towards this one. Picked up in the last game when traded nicely. Actually, looking to just get the Herald. The Scuttler, sorry. We're all going to make mistakes on the names of the neutral objectives for today. Either way, I think as we have a calm moment, I'd really like to highlight Magister. The ability of your mid laner to play defensive champions very well is so good. We see the Zilean right now down a couple waves of CS, which looks like it should be bad, but it doesn't matter how much CS you have on the Zilean. The fact that they have a kill is insane, but really that doesn't matter either. It's the ability to make the rest of your champion safe. The Galio in the previous game, being able to use that hero's entrance. Now this game, with the revive, constantly able to just support the rest of your team. It allows the rest of the map to be open and available to actually play aggressive, knowing that you're going to be there to support them. We know Magister can also play the aggressive picks too. This sort of equally aggressive and defensive playstyle that Magister has will allow this team to go far. If they win this game, go on to the playoffs, all of a sudden this is a team you have to watch out for because they have the ability to play with defense in the mid lane and aggression everywhere else.
Yeah, and as you can see, Magister just staying way off that potential roam. And yeah, just to add and maybe summarize this point, because I agree fully, Magister, he's playing defensive, but he's not the weak spot of AGH. He's able to not have the priority in the lane while staying safe and actually providing pressure from mid, which is impressive.
Indeed. And this is a problem that you see from a lot of rosters as we just watch the Herald go down over to the side of AGH. A lot of rosters, they have their weak side player, oftentimes the top lane player, who ends up on something like an Ornn and loses lane quite badly and happens to just pick a champion that will still be useful. And it's a weak side spot. You know, playing weak side doesn't mean you have to lose. It just means that you're not getting the most priority. Magister is playing that role very well, you know, with the ability to say, hey, I am weak side, but I'm not going to be the weak point of my team, as you put it perfectly. So we'll see how Magister does for the rest of the fight, as we see the Drake finally spawn and junglers all around this middle lane.
Yep, everyone wants a piece of the fight here. Tomage will be coming up from the river. Stranglethorns are available. That is a huge team fight cooldown. Be watching out for the grasping roots do go wide and crazy looking for Messias, who does have all the summoners up at the level. Crazy very much deep in the backside. Will try to use the ultimate. Stranglethorn is going back down, and here is the chrono shift is going to save Crazy. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Life is going to win the AD carry 1v1, and the rest of AGH, they're just running circles around KTU. None of them are dying. They're using their defensive cooldowns very well, and I honestly don't even know who won that trade, to be completely honest.
I think nobody won that trade if we're looking at that trade. Oh, no, never mind. KTU definitely win that trade.
Messi is sniping out Magister. We praised him. He's playing safe, but I mean, sometimes things just hit down.
On the way.
Fate though, and the Fate curtain call is going to rush KTU away. Prasmic and Messius both will be able to get. Actually, I maybe spoke too soon because Life flashes forward for the kill, and AGH will be coming out on top in the end.
Oh, in the end, the Bard Ultimate ends up trolling KTU, which, you know, is exactly what oftentimes does happen when you see a Bard on the team. It buys enough time for the AGH members, you know, for Life to finally get in down there, keep them alive. Now they're going to manage to pick up a Drake as well, even up the Drake score. And although it looked pretty good for KTU, all of a sudden the Zoe Bubbles landing, dealing a lot of damage. Now they've got priority in onto this Drake. Possible steal from Bilas.
He's looking for it and gets it! Second dragon of the game for KTU, and AGH, they have been robbed. They can't even get anything back.
Ooh, boy, that was insane. We were just, you know, expecting finally AGH to pick themselves up a Drake. Now it is 2 Drakes to 0 for KTU off of a beautiful steal. Fight in the top lane as well. Jeez, that's a lot of damage coming out of the Jax. And once these team fights actually start happening, I do not know which way it's going to go. This game is so close.
It looks like that, but AGH still have a 4,000 gold lead. Now, DJM Forever, you are in trouble, I believe. Bilas is going to be trying to come up, Magister rushing down towards the bot lane as well. If you look at the minimap, Messius and Prasmic are on their way. DJM is buying so much time, still has both of the summoner spells as well. Is going to be able to flash away from the root, but that is the shot. The Sleepy Troll Bubble is going to connect, and as the Chrono Shift force out, the rest of the KTU are here, and it is now the switcheroo as AGH are the ones called out. DJM is kiting around. He will fall down to one last solo attack from Magister. But it is KTU who win the fight with 2 kills going over to Messius as well.
Oh my god, the amount of time that was bought. Oh, Capio is dead here.
Yep, unfortunately 1v2, not much he could have done there. So there is a response from AGH. They do not take the bot lane loss without fighting, but this is the swing that we wanted to see from KTU, and Messius now 3-1-1. Once the Zoe goes to the base, we're going to see some big damage nukes.
Mid-game is exactly where I'm expecting KTU to begin to pull themselves into this game. Their composition comes online as the first mythics start to come through. You can see the mythics completed in the top lane. The rest of the map, though, still waiting on theirs. If you're looking over at AGH, though, they've already started theirs. But once those mythics are completed for KTU, I'm expecting this composition to get much stronger. Life in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, but he's got 2 items. I think he just wins those. Kills Prasmic. Messius will be able to take him down eventually, but I wanted to point it out when you mentioned the mythics that Life is huge right now, and Messius, I think you are going to fall down here. Going for the execute instead. That is a shutdown going the way of Tomic.
You do not mind getting that gold onto Tomic either. Probably better, actually, than getting it onto the Zillion. If you're looking at supports, actually, the support is more the mid laner in this game, and the Zyra is going to be doing just insane amounts of damage. You can see how a little bit of over-aggression, overstaying out of KTU is beginning to hurt them. However, pulling themselves back into a nice spot, you just can't go near Life unless you have 3 members, because Life is huge right now.
Yeah, you just don't want to deal with that kind of a thing. Also, still waiting for the mythic from DJM Forever has been basically a non-factor this series. You have to believe game 1 being shut down, now game 2 not played around at all, as Capio in the top lane is together with Prasmic getting absolutely destroyed. Life will take down Capio, and Prasmic able to waltz away, but KTU dying needlessly.
That was only Tomic damage onto Prasmic, and that was nearly the entire health bar of the bot. I know bot is not... Never mind, Prasmic's dead.
Yeah, talking about Tomic, that is Zyra, everyone. With that Ludens Echo, with the Sorg boots, it is a disgusting champion. As in the mid lane, DJM is going to die right. I mentioned there was 1 kill that was needless. Right now, KTU are basically just dying all over the map, and this, I see no reason for this. No. This is bad.
They're not fighting over anything. They're not fighting over a Drake. They're not fighting over a tower. They went way too aggressive. I mean, Prasmic was behind the tower that was already alive in that first game. And so, in that, sorry, that tier 1 tower, And so there is no reason for them to be dying right now. There's a Drake spawning in a minute's time. Everybody will at least be back up and alive on the map for this. I mean, unless Alchemic gets caught out here, but still. Over-aggressive, fighting into the wrong points, and it is just unnecessary.
Yeah, Herald is going to be picked up for AGA just before this Dragon as well, and for the viewers who watched the game one, this will start feeling familiar, and if someone is just tuning in this game, AGH mid-game last time was when they really started to take their stride and build an insurmountable gold lead, and I fear for KTU that this is exactly what's going to happen right now.
Yeah, I mean, oh, Tomage is big dead. Alright.
Pick.
Nice pick, nice little bit of shutdown. It was a decent amount of gold as well, and considering the fact that the Drake is spawning pretty soon, you know, all of a sudden you have a lot of priority if you're KTU getting onto this Drake. Another Infernal Drake. We had Infernal Soul last time around, same this time around. This would be the soul point if KTU are able to pick it up.
Yeah, and this time around the Dragons are going the way of KTU. I believe AGH were the ones picking them up last time, but the Alchemic is on the flank. KTU, their hellbars are low, especially Cap the Dragon. It has been secured by Billis, but the curtain call is going to open up. 2 members of KTU are dead already. Messias is in the sights of life, but the 4th shot is going to go wide. Billas buying some time in the front line. Alchemic will be resurrected courtesy of the Chrono Shift. This Dragon for 2 kills. Prasmic may be in trouble. He is going to be just fine. KTU, it's not ideal, but you are on an Infernal Soul point.
They've managed to put themselves on an Infernal Soul point, but what are they going to lose for it? They've already lost 2 members of the team. Now they're going to lose a mid lane tower as well. Could continue to push forward. The Herald is still alive. The defense is decent, however, especially with the Zoe returning. Still, though, might get one more charge out of this Herald as well. And so, although the Drake was picked up, still, it's a decent chunk lost. Even in a bad situation, AGH are able to put themselves ahead.
Yeah, and 4 minutes. That's when the game is going to be decided for KTU, I feel like. If they are going to be able to secure the soul and not lose the game because of that, honestly, this is back to even, I feel like, and they will have a decent shot. But AGH, the only thing they need to do is put themselves in a position within those next 4 minutes where KTU won't be able to get a Dragon, or if they do, AGH are going to win the game, or do something that essentially wins them the game.
Yeah. Overall, if we look at sort of the state of the map right now, it's a 6k gold lead for AGH. This is basically equal to the amount of gold that they had in the lead last time we saw these teams. Oh, Alchemic is in trouble.
Yeah, Capio pummeling away, but that is a good return damage. Crazy going in the bot lane. He's going to get stunned up by Billas, and Prasmic coming in from the flank as well. You think quite a bit of damage, but it's just able to get away. There's Stormbringer though, and Crazy kills down Capio. Now Prasmic is going to be the next target. Stunned up, tries to flash away. Tempered Fate catches out Crazy, but Magister is looking for the Everfrost root, finds the bomb, will be looking for the second, and that is the kill. Messias arrives in the fight, and Billas manages to get a shot down. Alchemic is getting low, but that Camille is healing so much, and that's a killing spree for the top lane of AGH. Messias with the paddle star finds the shutdown, but Life is coming in. 3 items, he's got the collector. Let's do a damage check. Life 2 shots. Messias.
Life just absolutely destroying people, doesn't even need the 4th shot in order to execute. And finally, things begin to explode again. We had a slight breather, you know, we're not used to those in this series, but we had a breather. It explodes back into action once again. It was a big fight. I thought Crazy had gone way too deep. I was entirely wrong because of the defensive tools that Crazy has for themselves, as well as Magister coming in with the revive. All of a sudden actually able to survive much longer than previously expected, and it's just the constant healing that is really making it difficult for KTU to actually get a kill. If you can't take down the first member you get onto because Magister has kept them alive with that Chrono Shift, all of a sudden you've blown probably most of your ultimates, most of your spells on one champion. They're still around, and then you have nothing, and that's at that point when AGH are able to come forwards and pick themselves up a kill.
And we have talked about Zillion so many times this tournament, in the group stages especially. It's been a pick that has defined so many games, because it's just the unreasonable effectiveness of the Chrono Shift in this tournament. For some reason, having 1 extra life just means the other team does not win teamfights almost ever.
No. Changes things entirely.
Scapio, actually, we're looking for Magister, but there's the Chrono Shift again. You do force out the onto Hollow. Magister is going to be jumped on, but it is still the kill onto Capio, and you can see he almost gets it through the oldest Messias. Really looking for Magister, but yeah.
And the amount of damage that Missy's does is nauseating, but landing those hurdle stars is pretty difficult, especially amidst the chaos of these fights. The bubbles are strong. Alchemist ends up going down, though. And so in the end, it is a 1-for-1. The Baron is up. There are no Drakes for another minute. And so this is a little bit of mindless fighting as people are filling the time before the actual team fight should restart. A pick at this point would put you in good stead for winning out on the fight because you then have more members. Everybody who's died so far, though, will be back up and available for the big fights.
Alright then, let's see what the setup is going to be like. Umbral Glaive is there on live. I feel like it hasn't been that important this game so far, but now when AGH are going to be sweeping up the vision, that item is disgusting. I absolutely hate it as a support main because it just means if enemy team has it, I don't get to place wards.
It means that placing wards is basically useless. All of a sudden you can see all of them as Prasmuk might be dead here, and this is a good way to start the team fight.
It absolutely is, and life is on a rampage already. Messias did use that portal jump, and now the curtain call is going to be just dealing some preliminary damage, eliciting 2 of those shots. Not going to care too much about it. The tower does fall in the... Wait, actually, where did it fall? Oh no, that was the mid lane tier 2. I thought Capio was already on that, but hold on, the Strangle Thorns are big, and DJ, I think it might just be dead here. He gets away from the bomb. It's going to be the dragon, going the way of AGH, though.
Yeah, they are not going to give over the soul point yet. Unfortunately, they are taking a lot of damage in the top lane versus the split push of Capio. They have got to turn this into towers for themselves as well. They managed to pick themselves up 1 kill. And now Capio is behind them. They could collapse back onto him. They do not know where he has gone. There is priority now onto the Baron, though, if Poland wanted to move their way onto that.
I mean, with a Baron buff and a lead as big as they have, it could be the game decider. Capio is going to have a lot of attention turned towards the top lane right now, but since KTU are there to respawn, AGH can't collapse. It's going to be all about Baron. The table has been set, the game is up, and life is getting stunned up and dead! Messias shuts him down without the AD carry. How much can AGH do? The answer is not a lot. They will disengage.
Cannot fight into this, and all of a sudden now it is priority onto the Baron for KTU. They could start this up, and they have a lot less to fear because life was a lot of the damage for Poland. That was a very nice pick, although the Fate Call ended up going wide. Doesn't even matter in the end. It split people enough. Oh, Alchemist going very deep, going drowsy.
Yeah, but forces Bilas to use that ultimate Heartbreaker will not be available for a fight, and yes, the life dies, but the gold is the only thing KTU will be able to get, and when you are fighting from behind, that's simply not enough.
There is nothing much that you can do, and all of a sudden life is back up, but it doesn't even matter. Poland has decided they're just going to start. They get the teleport out, which is probably what they were hoping for. Now they can either back off or continue to go for it. There's a lot of low health bars on KTU.
I don't know if AG saw the teleport. Now they will see Capio joining the fight. Minus 5,000, the fight is where it's at. Double stun is going to be landing in from Prasmuk, but KTU are split. And AGH rushing towards the flank of the bot lane means the fight diffuses yet again.
That Baron dance lasted long enough for life to be a part of it, get killed, respawn, walk back to it, and everybody was still dancing around. Life would have been there if the fight had properly kicked off. You can see how long everybody is willing to commit to looking for this Baron. If you are Poland, you really need this Baron to be able to crack down onto any of the towers. There is a lot of wave clear. You know, the Callista and the Zoe both going to have an absolutely fine time of wave clearing. And once Capio can get onto the wave, exactly the same story there. So the Baron, very necessary. However, if we continue dancing around it for long enough, all of a sudden you will have the Drake spawn, and then they've got a little bit of a toss-up if you're KTU. Do you want to fight onto the Baron, or maybe do you go down towards the Drake, pick yourself up a soul instead?
Well, that's going to be a choice they're going to have to make in 2 minutes. In the meantime, I do just want to point out how that this is just a straight-up improvement from Game 1, because the gold lead has shrunk from 5,000 to now 3.5. So, but it did go down. Last game, AGH by mid-game, they got the Baron, they basically ended the game. Now they're going to try for it again, and we could still see a Baron into it. It's possible. AGH as a team have shown us this kind of pedigree, and we know that KTU are playing on a knife's edge, but they're holding on it.
They are doing their absolute best right now, and by this point, the last game ended at 23 minutes. It was already done. This one continuing on, as you said, knife's edge. We are very, sat on the edge of our seats right here. Who will manage to find themselves a fight? Both of these top laners do not have teleports. Oh no, Alchemix has just come up and available, so now Alchemic will be able to rejoin. Capio will not, however. Prasmuk might be caught out again. Ooh, Fateful. Not Fateful, sorry.
With Capio's teleport, actually, I do want to bring up the point of information, because we know Capio doesn't have teleport. I know the teleport wasn't spotted on the ward. However, you can still see a teleport that's in the fog of war from a certain distance. So whether AGH know that teleport is up or not, I'm not entirely sure, as Tomage is down indeed, but that is just the chrono shift. Now, without that cooldown, can KBU win the fight? Crazy is going to be going into the back line. DJM Forever just fighting around, but that is Messias. He is dead. The Zoe is no more, and the curtain call takes down Billis, takes down DJM Forever. That's 4 members dead. It's only Prasmic alive, and the fight came out of nowhere, but it's a clean ace, and it is going to be the ticket for AGH to go into playoffs.
AGH gonna punch their ticket into playoffs in 2 quick, clean games versus KTU. It was just beautiful. We said it might be a Baron into end. They don't need it. If you are Poland, you just need to find one quick, clean fight, and you are on to the playoffs of UEM.
Yeah, KTU were on their knife's edge. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. They lost one fight, and when you're behind, when AGH have the comp that they had, that was all that was needed. AGH 2-0, they are our first team out of the last chance qualifier that will be joining the top 12 in the playoffs, so congratulations to them.
Absolutely insane games out of AGH. We said that this team was unfortunate to get placed in a group of death during the group stage prior. They got knocked out by 1 game. They've come back, ran their way through. They've not dropped a single game in the last chance qualifier. They're now back into playoffs, can continue to fight for that prize pool, continue to fight for the top spots. Just beautiful out of them. KTU, we didn't expect them to be able to do too much versus AGH. They had some nice moments. Their mid games were actually pretty nice, but in the end, they're going to fall down. They are not out, though. We're going to look at some replays to see just how AGH managed to take the win.
Yeah, and as the team runners-up from last year, we had big expectations, and I feel like they have been lived up to, at least to a certain extent. Like, we can nitpick a few kills here and there, but truth remains that at no point KTU felt like they were actually going to win any of those 2 games. It was AGH being in control through and through, and deservedly going into the top 12. Honestly, they are a scary team, because yeah, they were put in the group of death. They were close to getting out. Now that kind of run through the last chance qualifier is something to sing about.
We're going to see these immediate replays right here. This was not the first blood, we'd already seen that down towards the bottom lane, but this was the sort of tone of the game, which was constant fighting, very close, people going down left, right, and center. This was a lovely play out of DJM Forever, actually managed to buy enough time for the rest of the members to finally make their way down. It ended up being quite a nice fight for KTU. It was a scrappy game all around, but yeah, overall AGH coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kinds of fights that maybe are giving me hope in the lower bracket for KTU, because if you're playing against someone who, isn't AGH, who isn't playing their, champions that they are just so damn comfortable on. I mean, Alchemic on the Camille, felt great. Homage go to play Sana, go to play Zara. You can see this team fight, they get the Dragon, they just get absolutely run down straight after. So, I would imagine, if you're not playing AGH, like KTU, they weren't that far away from winning.
This was a fight where I thought Crazy had gone way too deep. Actually manages to keep alive for most of the fight. Actually survives the entire fight. Just the amount of healing that can come out of this Volibear. I'm expecting Volibear to be another big pickup in the later stages of the game. And this was the ending of the game. Crazy goes massively deep, manages to take out Milas. And just all the way through, you can see the amount of power that just comes out of having life able to sit back and be safe. I think if we're looking at this game, series, as a whole, I'm looking at Manchester as actually the MVP. You wouldn't expect it because everybody else was playing more aggressive champions, but constantly playing these supportive mid laners so well with the Galio and then with the Zillion performance, it allows the rest of the map to play with, immunity, confidence to go forwards, and you could see that from the way that Alchemic and Life were running into fights that they had no real business winning and coming out on top.
Honestly, I would agree, because we kind of briefly mentioned AGH as being this neutralizer team that just, drafts something that doesn't allow the enemy team to play the game, and Magister was the front and the center of that playstyle. So yeah, I would agree with you. If we have to pick the MVP of the series, Magister, there you go, mate. Good luck in playoffs.
Indeed, Magister played very well. If we're going to say goodbye to KTU, we will not see them again today. We may well see them in playoffs. If they win their next game, they've gone down to the lower bracket, they'll play against whoever has made their way through the losers bracket. If they win that, then we'll see them in playoffs. So this is not the end. We're not saying goodbye to KTU forever. They still have a chance. But sorry to KTU, they've not made their way straight into playoffs. However, AGH straight into playoffs off of a beautiful set of games. I'm excited to see them again. They were fun to watch in the group stage, so they've been fun to watch now. I have a lot of faith for this team. I think they could go far.
I think they could, but we are going to go into the break after that. 0-2 will be taking on BME. Both teams dropped out of Group A. They're back in. One playoff spot between them right now. Let's see who's going to take it. Welcome back after the break, everyone, to UEM, brought to you by TwitchUnit and Intel. I'm Casca, joined by Black Bloxer, and the second final round of the upper bracket of the LCQ is going to be starting soon.
Yeah, we're just about to get into the second upper bracket matchup. In the previous game, we saw AGH take down KTU, put themselves up into the playoffs. Once again, we're going to see KTU playing against some of the big dogs. We'll take a quick look at the bracket right here to see how, you know, AGH and KTU got on, how AGH has moved their way onto the finals, and how 0-2 and BME have made their way to this match right now.
Yeah, BME, they have taken down DMU T1 in the first round. And then Estuba, both of which, well, I mean, okay, we're biased towards the UK, obviously. Yes. Estuba, though, objectively have looked really good in the group stage and in the LCQ in the first round. So BME, definitely a strong team to contest. And then 0-2 have kind of just 0-2 their way through the bracket.
Yeah, they've had a very nice time of it, actually. Possibly not seen the strongest of opposition, it has to be said. However, still, they've made their way to this point, so both of these teams are strong. And I think the most important thing to say about these two teams is that they've come from the exact same group. Both of these are Group A teams. They both went 3-5 and went 1-1 versus each other.
Yeah, so we are really expecting an even match here, because it literally doesn't get more even than that, right? Same group, from the group coming back to represent their countries, and also 1-1 head-to-head. And something more important to say is that they are the last representatives for their respective region. If you're a Czech or a Hungarian fan, then these are the only guys you get to cheer for. But we're going to take a look at the Czech roster first, I believe, with Gatsu, Korny, Tobu, and here is the pronunciation guide we were given, and that's what we're gonna go with. Kikechko in the ADC, and then Metis in support.
Yeah, this roster, we've not seen them before from our end. We have seen them on stream in the Group A costs, however, and from what we've seen, this bot lane is high priority. We saw them have the highest KDA of any of the last chance qualifier bot lanes at all, and so very strong right here. Overall, we're probably going to be looking at Corny as well to do a lot. She is massively high up in Masters, actually, and
Yeah.
so probably going to be very strong. The only thing is, loves the Zac, like nauseating amounts of Zac.
Yeah, basically a Grandmaster EU West Zac one trick. And we're talking like 623 LP when I checked yesterday. Not sure if they've played any more games, but there is that. It's going to be banned. I don't expect Zac to be going through at all here for the Czech roster, but we're going to take a look at their opposition, with BME representing Hungary with Coco, Hunty, Sora, Shruki, and Kiko in the support.
We've got the BME roster right here, and if we're looking at them, we're probably looking at Sora in the mid lane. Actually, the X factor for this team has a lot of high priority. If they do well, then the team tends to win. If, unfortunately, Sora did not do well, all of a sudden the rest of the map can begin to fall down. Likes to play some of those aggressive champions. We saw 2 Xeraths from them yesterday, as well as a Tristana and an Ahri, so pretty wide champion pool. The ability to play some AD carries in the mid lane as well can begin to open things up. Possibility for a Diana or other AP in the jungle all of a sudden, so BME are possibly a little bit more flexible, because if we're looking at champions that people absolutely love to play, we already highlighted Zac for Gorny, but if we're looking down into the bottom lane, Kakechko loves the Jhin.
Yeah, and whereas BME on the other side, I feel like they're a team, if you take the group stage together with the last chance qualifier, they don't have a very fixed identity. Sometimes they win through Coco, sometimes they win through Sora, sometimes they win through Shruki, and Hunty is, most of the time there as the jungler with picks ranging from Sejuani to Lilia. So this is the team that has a lot of adaptability on paper. What I'm looking at maybe is see if there's one style that works best, because you're one series away from playoffs. You gotta show us what you're made of. Like, what is the best BME we're going to get?
Yeah, and if we're looking for somebody to really play around, Sora definitely, but also Shrieky and Kiko. In the last matchup that we saw of these teams versus each other, both of them actually, the bot lane battle was won by the BME bot lane. But, as we highlighted, 0-2's bot lane is playing fantastically during this last chance qualifier. So, coming into this, different patch as well, 12.8, are things going to be a little bit different? Is everything going to be, slightly more in the favour of 0-2's bot lane, which is completely different to what BME were able to do during the group stage? Maybe things are a little bit different now they're on a different patch. The Jhin is so strong for Kakechko, but are you really going to get that through?
Yeah, that is going to be the question. I mean, Jhin, Zac, 2 priority bans, which we could just see on the ban all 2 or 3 games this series, and if that is the case, then BME are going to be very restricted in their banning. But on the other hand, it definitely feels like 0-2 are coming into this series with a bit more of a telegraph playstyle, whereas BME, we don't actually know what lane they're going to try to play through in this first game.
No, we don't, and this makes it very interesting. These teams are a little bit of an X factor right here. If we're looking at the previous game, we had one team who had done very well in their group, another team who had played a lot of upset. Neither of these teams had a particularly impressive time during their group stage. To be fair, they were in a group with Bobcats, which was a very, very strong team. But also the second team that came out of that group, UDAG, they were not that impressive. There was definitely opportunities to fight for that second place in Group A. Neither of them were able to do it, and so winning this game with strength and, power all of a sudden will put you in a much nicer spot if you do manage to get yourself up into this playoffs. We'll reiterate once again, whoever wins this goes on to the playoffs. Whoever loses this, they're not out, they have one more series to go, and we could well see them back into the playoffs if they win in the losers bracket.
Yeah, but to contrast the maybe mediocre group performance, let's not forget that both these teams made it through 3 rounds of last chance qualifier. 0-2 not dropping a game yet, so they could pull off an AGH and 6-0 the last chance qualifier. Who knows? It's definitely on the table, and so already this patch maybe suiting the teams more. Maybe the opposition is weaker. Who knows? I mean, there's only one way to find out if they're going to go into the lower bracket and beat them again. But all to play for right now. You're just set on those playoffs. You're set on getting into the top 12. From there, only one more game to go into the prize pool. And I mean, if you're in the playoffs, like, you're looking at the finals already,
Oh yeah. Once you hit playoffs, everything can change. Obviously, we've talked about Kit and Bobcats being the massive, top dogs looking to win, run their way through. So far, haven't dropped a game, either of them. But everybody else, once you get into playoffs, in best of fives, although it's said it should be, sorting out the best team, once you get into series, there are the chances for upsets. If you really grind it out, you can make your way forwards. Once you're in playoffs, you are solidly at that position. As you said, top 8 getting prize pool. So even if you don't manage to win the whole competition, top 8 is still fantastic, and you're getting yourself one step closer here. But first, you have got to run through your opponents. 0-2 and BME, both of these teams have faced each other before. Does that give them an advantage, a disadvantage, or because it was a 1-1 during the group stage, is it still pretty equal?
Yeah, I think for BME definitely gives them a bit of a hint at maybe how they're going to play, because Sora was unleashed in that one win against 0-2. Shruki did pretty well as well. We mentioned first thing when we got on that yes, Kakechko and Metis do have the highest kind of KDA. I think Kakechko also has the highest gold per minute of the last chance qualifier, or essentially they have a lot of resources, they're getting a lot of kills. But when BME beat 0-2, the bot lane got destroyed from 0-2, so what do we even make of these stats?
Exactly. When you look at what actually happened in these previous games, it is so close. The way that the styles were flipped on their heads, it might be down to drafts specifically, because clearly you can play around a lot of different champions. I'm expecting the top lane not to just be a farm fest for once. However, when all of the action is surrounded down in the bottom lane, you want something a bit self-sufficient in the top lane. If you take a look at what Gatsu can play, though, it's a lot of ridiculous picks. Some Akali, some Gwen, some GP. Ornn is in there too, which is boring, unfortunate, but even that can be massively impactful during team fights. However, on the side of Coco, some Gragas, some Ornn, some Camille, so there are the abilities of both of these to actually play something quite aggressive. Maybe we'll see a repeat of what we saw in the previous series, where actually the top lane matchup was impactful, had a lot of aggression in it, or do you ignore that top lane and maybe play more around the mid lane and the bottom lane?
But I mean, the thing is that these teams can do both, really.
Yeah.
It's going to be a choice they're gonna have to make, which is how much priority do we give to the top lane? How much do we want to play there? Because both these top laners, as you mentioned, are very versatile. I mean, Gatsu has played anything from Gwen to Ornn, and whereas Coco. How many times are we gonna get it wrong this series? Someone, guys, make your predictions in chat. Someone count. We'll see who gets it close. Anyways, Coco in the top lane has, also pool of Camille's and the Ornns, so I mean, what are you gonna go for? Don't know. But the draft is ready. First game of the series, we are going to have a 0-2 on the blue side. Lilia first ban against Hunty, and I'm expecting against Zac here.
Yeah, Hunty just does not, get to play any of these big priority champions. Absolutely loves the Lilia. Also, it's very good on the Wukong, which we've seen a lot of. As you said, the Zac off the board. That was a pretty easy prediction, considering the fact that Corny plays it so very much. Next off the board, that's Tristana as well. That's going to be a ban onto Sora. It's not really expected to be played down in the bottom lane. Tristana, not the biggest, AD carry role for the minute. We're expecting more Jhin. Do you allow the Jhin to go through to Kakechko? I don't think you should, considering how impactful the Jhin performances were and how strong the champion is overall. Already, though, you can see 0-2 confident with their bans. They know what they're banning, and they are not pausing or hesitating with it.
They've got a clear game plan. They're gonna go into these game 1 guns blazing a lot of time. That's an empty ban, isn't it?
That's either an empty ban
well.
or that is the newest available champion, which sometimes does also pop up like that. We'll have to get a little bit of confirmation out of the teams. If that is an empty ban, that is incredibly unfortunate.
You see, that was when the AGH bot lane got the first blood in the first game of last series. In case you missed it, AGH did take the 2-0 win over KTU and are the second Polish team in the playoffs. But coming back into the draft, we're gonna have the Viego taken away from Hunty.
And the Wukong, the final thing off the board. Now, I'm expecting the Jhin to be the first pick locked in if you are 0-2. If that wasn't the ban, it was not the ban because it's been locked in right here. Perfect. Now we know what's going on a little bit more. That is indeed a blank ban, I'm guessing. So 0-2, picking up the Jhin. It is massively impactful. You have got to have some prepared answers if you're BME, because the Jin's been so strong as a champion and because Kakechko is so good on it.
Yeah, has played it so many times in this last chance qualifier and even before. And I think if we look to this solo queue, that was I think there were a few games of Jhin jungle as well. I think I remember seeing that. not gonna happen. Kakechko is probably not role swapping into this lane, but Karma is going to be the response. I mean, I am a big Karma enjoyer because this pick just works with literally everything.
And literally anywhere. You can put it into every single lane. We have seen the Karma be played during the previous day in 4 lanes. It only wasn't seen in the jungle. It was paired with a Senna to go into AD carry. It's going to be paired possibly with a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is the answer to the Jhin. The Kai'Sa gives you enough aggression early on to make the Jhin's life a little bit miserable and scales well enough.
I'm wondering, because there have been AP Kai'Sa nerfs, was that 12.8 or 12.9? Because if it was a 12.9 Kai'Sa AP nerf, then this could still be an AP Kai'Sa in the mid lane. However, if not, then we are expecting it to go back into the AD carry position, as the response for that is going to be the Nautilus Jhin. Nautilus, fairly standard lane with, you know, you've got the AD carry, you've got the engage, you've got the lockup.
Yeah, you've got a lot of ability to actually find your way onto champions, be able to destroy things, and giving the Jhin a bit more safety is perfect. You often see the Jhin paired with things like the Thresh so it can move massively far forward. You can get the same sort of effect out of a Nautilus. If this is locked in, I love it. Alright, I will talk, you know, forever about how much I love AP in the jungle. It's my favorite because it allows you to put AD in the mid lane or in the top lane, and all of a sudden it opens your draft up. Now, if we look at Toby, likes to play the Yasuo Irelia in the mid lane. All of a sudden, you have to either ban that out or be willing to play against it. If this Sona is locked in, we know that this is going to be a Karma somewhere else. Instead, it's going to be the Graves in the jungle, so we have got bot lanes locked in and jungles locked in, looking for mid lane and top lane so far.
Yeah, that is at least what we are assuming. Flex potential on the side of BME, less so on the 0-2. Yeah, so it's going to be taken away. You already mentioned that it opens out the AD in the solo lanes, and Diana Yasuo is a duo that has taken the competitive and the solo queue scene, to be honest, by storm ever since Diana's E and ult got swapped around. And yeah, it's still an insanely strong setup, so we're going to be seeing that off the table as Ornn is being denied from Coco.
Oh, and clearly BME have done the exact same research that we have. They know what was looking to be picked up in this middle lane, both the Yasuo and the Irelia being taken off the board. I would like to add in a little point that it was 12.8, so this patch in which the AP Kai'Sa nerfs came through. So AP Kai'Sa is no longer as strong, meaning that we're expecting the more standard AD Kai'Sa route down in the bottom lane.
Fair enough, so most likely Kai'Sa going over to Shuki and still waiting on a pick from Sora. I am expecting a top lane to go through. Let's not talk about hovers. I'm still expecting a top laner here to be picked up by for Coco.
You probably want to save your, counter pick for what is the strongest pickup that you're going to have. If this does also get locked in, still the Karma can go into the top lane. Can technically go into the mid lane, but do you want your best player to be locked into a Karma? Probably not. This is going to be the Braum locked in. Braum plus Kai'Sa, there's a lot of ability to stack up both of their passives, do a lot of damage, so I like this as a duo into the Jhin. Nautilus can lay down the early aggression onto them. Now we're looking for both the top lane and the mid lane pickup. Is there another AD pickup for Toby? If possible, that's what you want. You don't really want Maype in your mid lane and in your jungle.
Yeah, we are going to have the Camille for Gatsu in the top lane. I still agree an AD in the mid lane would be nice, because then you're free to just build a lot of raw AP damage if you're corny, because no one is going to be itemizing magic resistance when, there are 3 AD damage carries. I mean, Yone is the only thing that slips into my mind to say, okay, never mind, we're going with the AP. Honestly, I don't hate it, because Shockwave, Moonfall adds a disgusting setup.
It is a horrific combo. Also, you can put the ball onto the Nautilus as the Nautilus goes flying in with that hook as well. It's a nice combo. All of this works, quite desperately. And also, once you've put the Camille up in the top lane, there's enough AD damage up there that you're still fine. Again, that's the flexibility that having the AP in the jungle affords. We're expecting a mid lane pickup right here. Unless it really is the Karma. It is indeed going to be a Karma into the mid lane onto Sora, putting your best player onto a supportive champion.
I mean, I think we need to circle back to the discussion we had before, that BME, yes, Sora is the one that has popped up the most recently, but they are by no means a team that is restricted to Sora. They have carry potential in every lane, so if they decide that, yeah, sure, we're gonna want Sora on something safe, go for it. I mean, hell, we gave Magister the MVP of the first series, and he was a supportive mid laner, so maybe Sora can pull off the same kind of performance, and you've got enough carries. Jax, Graves, Kaiser, all will be able to have their impact on the game.
And actually, we've seen this style before out of XI Sure, who was the second seed to come out of Group D, out of that sort of group of death. Actually, they had a relative who was a massively high-ranked challenger player, the main carry in the team, play a lot of Zillion and Karma, and they played it very well. Having your most mechanically skilled player play a very clean, very beautifully done game of supportive champion can be so strong. So I don't disagree right here with putting Sora onto the Karma. If you can have that mid lane be a bastion of strength, all of a sudden the rest of the map, it doesn't matter if they fall a little bit behind, they have the support to be able to pull themselves back up.
Being said, let's talk about how these teams are going to try and win the game. I mean, we have the Jhin for Kikechko, we've got Diana for Corny as well, so there is a lot of setup on the side of 0-2. Are they going to be going towards the bot lane, or maybe are some other lanes a better choice for them here?
I'm not entirely sure. I think we're going to see a lot of fighting around the bottom lane. There's aggression on both sides. The Jhin Nautilus has definitely got the ability to get in, as though does the Kai'Sa Braum. I mean, if the Braum managed to learn those concussive blows, get that stacked up, all of a sudden the Kai'Sa definitely has the ability to shred them down. It's unfortunate that the AP Kai'Sa has been nerfed quite as heavily as it has been, otherwise that would have been a good little change that you could have seen right there. But overall, I really think that this bot lane is where we're going to be expecting to see a lot of the aggression, especially because these junglers have enough ability to gank that they can get in on this action.
Yeah, and talking about the junglers, Hunty on the Graves, a carry jungler as well. It's carry versus carry, which means that it's not only about ganks. If you can get yourself fed as well, that is going to matter quite a lot. And this is the tone setter for this series. We came into the last one with a fairly sound expectation of AGH being the team that should be dominant, and that's what happened. This one, we have no idea. These teams, both 3-5 in Group A, both 1-1 against each other. Now coming back into the last chance qualifier, looking strong, with 0-2 arguably slightly stronger just because they didn't drop a game yet.
Yeah, indeed. You could say that 0-2 are stronger because of that, but like we've seen these teams fight against each other. They've gone 1-1. If it was in a in a best of 3 rather than a double round robin, if it had gone 1-1, we'd have gone to 3 games. Maybe that's where this series is headed. We'll be jumping into game in just a second now, and already we're seeing a 5-man stack in the top lane for 0-2.
Yeah, Coco is going to be able to spot that out fairly early. Metis, do they commit the flash? Nope, just going to stop in the tracks. Kiko, I would have liked to see them go for a bit of a deep ward, but I guess BME just playing it safe.
Just deciding not to go any further forwards, it makes sense. I mean, the flash probably would have been traded, but then you're putting yourself in a worse position down in the bottom lane. Now a late invade possibility out of BME. I like this. All of a sudden, you know most likely where the Diana is going to be starting down towards the bottom lane. And so there is a possibility to find someone, catch them out. Clearly, though, 0-2 are expecting this. They're playing quite cautiously as they walk their way in.
In Braum level 1, when you have Shuruki on that Kai'Sa with the Hail of Blades, that is such a strong level 1. And there we go, late invade. Toibu doesn't split it. Oh, this is massive. Toibu is just going to walk back now. They are going to get spotted out on the Reaper. Metis is tagged by the Winter's Bite. Stun up with the concussive blows, but does get the Dredge line. The red buff is going to be the target. It is going to be a flip. Who can smite better? The hook coming down, and the smite goes the way of Hunty. Corny now put down so far behind this jungle. Flash forward from Shiruki. First blood with the Acatian Rain goes the way of BME.
Shruki gonna pick up that first blood as well as the red buff going over to Hunty, and this is a beautiful start if you're BME. Exactly what you wanted. Early aggression ending up in their favor. They knew where all 5 members had gone on the early invade, decided to find the late invade, just tiptoeing the line of the Fog of War, managing to get in. Hunty going for a little bit of a gank in the lane, missing out, and still 1 kill, extra buffs, a lovely start if you are BME.
You're now gonna get hooked, no flash on that Braum, but a lot of return damage coming from Shruki, and I love the plan from BME. 0-2 were the ones confident in draft. It feels like BME have just clicked right now. Look at Coco, has the priority, is gonna walk in, does not steal the blue buff. That would be just horrible. But Hunty going Raptors to Raptors. There are no easy camps for Corny to catch up.
Oh, having a awful time of it, and actually simply delaying the speed at which Corny is able to move the way through the jungle is going to allow Hunty to be able to pick up all the buffs without so much invade threat coming back. It's just a nice little play, and Coco had pushed in 4 enough that it was not, it was not a risk to them to do this. After this early aggression, though, everybody else seems to have calmed down a little bit. This bottom lane getting a little bit spicy. There's such good anti-engage right here. Oh, Cormy is hunted.
Oh no, Hunty's got that red buff. The slow is coming through. Toibu will be the first on the run, but I don't know if it matters. Hunty will be flashing forward, looking for 2 more auto attacks. No, actually, 1 is enough. Corny goes down again. And BME, 1,000 gold lead early on. The jungle of 0-2 is not allowed to play League of Legends.
Oh, this is exactly what we were not expecting. Corny was going to be the main carry, and clearly BMA knew that too, decided that they did not want to allow the very high-powered Corny to make their way forwards, banned out their signature Zac, have also banned out multiple other junglers from them, and now just not allowing them to play the game.
Yeah, heavy trading in the bot lane. Kiko on the wrong side of it, unfortunately, taking a bad trade here, but it's all about whether Corny will be allowed to catch up. 8 jungle CS, that is the 3rd camp. I mean, the top 9 Skylar Crab should go their way, you have to imagine. I don't see too much priority for BME's solo lane, so there is a consolation prize, but how good that feels, I don't know.
You gotta think not very. The Scottish Crab is not ideal. They're gonna be looking to find their way back into a good fight. Corny, moving up towards the top lane could possibly find a gank onto an overextended Coco.
Coco is running the ignite, not the flash. Yeah, Coco is basically dead. Gatsu takes the kill, and it is a 1-for-1. I mean, Corny gets the assist, so it is still slightly in favor of BME, but now Toibu in the mid lane is going to gank, does have the flash, but not even burning it. He knows he is dead, and Hunty 2-0-1, just overcharged jungler in the early game.
Hunty looking at Corny and going, anything you can do, I can do better. The top lane ends up with an assist for Corny. It's nice, a little bit of gold. Instead, it's going to be a kill for Hunty in the mid lane, and nobody goes down, fighting in the bottom.
Rookie taking quite a lot of damage. That's the exhaust down as well. You have to imagine Ketchko will be able to take this kill, and now Kiko looking to walk towards the tower, but doesn't have the flash. The root is down. That's the 4th shot, and Kiko is gonna die. Menace picks up the kill. 0-2 strike back in bot lane.
You can see the attempt to give Kakeshko the kill. In the end, it actually does end up going 2 metas. Still, though, a nice 2 kills going over to the side of 0-2. So 0-2's bot lane doing well for themselves, managing to find themselves kills in the 2v2. They don't need help out of Corny. This is good. It allows Corny to continue to farm up, doesn't need to get involved with lane so much. Because all of the solo lanes are doing okay for themselves, the bot lane finding themselves kills. Corny's allowed to just sit back, farm. It's all okay. The thing is, though, the Hunty is able to farm still because Graves is a very quick clearer, and then also roam around and get kills. So you've got to be careful to not ignore your lanes too much of your Corny in an attempt to catch up, and all of a sudden find yourself too far behind in terms of kills.
Yeah, Hunty definitely doing a good job of snowballing that early game lead, but this is the bot lane performance from 0-2 that we were kind of expecting going into this one. They've got the best stats from the last chance qualifier. They are some of the main carries, and Kakechko is on the Jhin. Perhaps somewhat surprisingly, because he is the Dark Harvest aficionado in last chance qualifier, this time opting into the crit with lead footwork build, but still, a Jhin that's ahead is a Jhin that is very, very happy.
Jhin ahead at this point in the game is terrifying, especially once that 6 comes down. All of a sudden, the Jhin doesn't even need to get anywhere near a position where they could get killed and still able to lay down damage, especially with that curtain call and the deadly flourish. So, a bit more invading going on for Hunty though, and this has got to feel bad for Corny.
I mean, literally both bot and mid lane roaming up just to deny the red buff, and you can see Corny trying to find any response. There are some comps, like, we've got this Skylar Crab, so it's good enough. The Diana is slowly but surely making her way back into the game. But Hunty, fishing for middle lane gain. Remember, Toibu does have the flash, didn't use it last time around on a gank, I would imagine. Yeah, we see that burned right now.
The flash instantly coming out. That's the power of saving it previously, I guess. Managing to then use it to avoid another gank. But you can see Hunty is all across the map. Is up by 20 CS. Is up by 2 kills. Just having a lovely time of it right now all across the map. Everywhere else, though, is still doing, decently even or even ahead if you're looking at the top lane and bot lane matchup. So, although Hunty's strong, Gotta continue pressuring.
Yeah, I believe that blue buff was stolen away from Gordy, and now Sora over the wall will be looking for the root. That is the third kill on the jungler of 0-2.
And that's what was needed. You know, if you are Hunty, the rest of the map actually isn't massively in your favor, but if you can continue just meaning that, you know, the Czechian team does not have a jungler, there's very, very little to be done. Bot lane fight.
Kiko is going to put up the shield, try and block the damage onto Shruki. Support's going low, but Kikechko just has more damage onto Kiko, and this is the third 2v2 kill going the way of bot lane of 0-2. And I do want to just hammer down on the point you said before this fight. Yeah, jungle is basically the only place that's going well for BME, and Hunty must make the most out of it.
You have got to, otherwise, like, you are gonna find yourself putting further and further and further behind. Kikechko and Metis are every single bit of 0-2's hopes right now. 0-2's entire strategy for the game is to get these people ahead. Gorny has unfortunately fallen down massively on this Diana, and so you do not get any jungle help. Still though, in the 2v2, having a lovely time of it. Once we get into team fights, obviously the Graves is not the biggest team fight champion, and Gorny, even if Gorny goes in and dies, if they go in with the shockwave, you know, the ball from Tobu on top of them, still can be impactful.
That's true. Also, we did have the gold show before, and something that surprised me is that I thought Kikechko would be more ahead. Actually, a lot of the gold lead equalization from the jungle is in the support. And Metis being ahead of Kiko isn't necessarily game-changing here for 0-2. But they get the Herald. If they use it properly, that's their way back into the game. The gold lead has already basically been closed, and we have Kikechko sitting on that Gale Force.
Using the Herald properly is something that we said a lot during the group stage. There were a lot of bad Herald uses. People seem to really like putting them down at exactly 14 and 1 second. Which is just like, for God's sake, you really could have gotten yourself a lot more gold if you'd placed it down just a tad bit earlier. Hopefully, though, this team will be able to place it a little nicer. Currently is sat on top of Corny, so will be a nice injection of gold if used properly. Could possibly go into the top lane if it... You know, if Corny wants to pair it with a gank. If not, the mid lane is probably the priority position, especially because Tobu will be able to get a good push off onto Sora if they want to.
Yeah, but that top lane matchup going the way of Coco. I mean, it's the second time we're seeing Camille into Jax today, and it seems to be going the same way. Jax having a lot of priority in the 1v1. And so far, it doesn't translate into too much. Yes, basically even both 1-1, but it does mean that Gatsu can have that same impact on the map as Hunty going for another invade with both teams sneaking and Hunty going for the kill. Metis is in the bush, will be now spotted out by Shruki, and Hunty playing forward. Will be able to steal the Raptors. Not going for the fight, not going for an engage. Dragon up in 30, BME might be looking for that.
The top laners both have teleport, and everybody else is hanging around this middle lane, bottom lane. If we go into a full fight, all of a sudden we're going to see the main point of power for BME in Hunty versus the main point of power. Oh, double shockwave!
In the mid lane, followed into that Moonfall, but it doesn't matter because Hunty's on a killing spree and will be able to flash away from Corny. 1-0, BME take the kill, but Hunty is way too low to go for the dragon.
There should be a dragon going over to the side of 0-2. At least they will be able to find themselves that. The Herald also placed down in the middle lane, so they will be able to convert this into a little bit of gold. Still though, the fact that the shutdown still was not picked up onto Hunty has got to hurt.
Teleport in from Sora will be able to save this tower. However, plates, 3 of them being split between, I think, 3 members of 0-2. Not entirely sure if Metis was still around to pick up the plate gold. And dragon priority is in favor of the Czech team. However, BME are converging. Yep.
Everything's tense. We'll see in the first true fight. Teleport still available for Coco, not for Gatsu, and so there could be a bit of a numbers disadvantage, and all of a sudden 0-2 are forced to back away. Priority now to BME.
Should be able to take this dragon. No shockwave from Toivu, so that is going to be hard to steal. Gonna try anyways, but blocked out by Kiko's Unbreakable. Second dragon going the way of BME, and we have a Mountain Soul.
Mountain Soul pops up. We've seen 2 Infernals so far. Got something a little bit different with the Mountain Soul. If you are the side of BME, you're going to love that Mountain Soul. It's going to give you a much they have a little bit more ability to go forward, be aggressive, especially on Hunty. Already it's difficult to take down this Graves. If the Graves already has a big shield on top of them, that's going to put them in an even nicer spot. Across the rest of the map, though, we're looking at a 1k gold lead only. Again, Hunty is the big main point of focus if you're on BME, but the rest of the map is not doing as good. 0-2 are still very much in this game. They just have to figure out what to do with this Graves.
That is basically the main problem. I suppose also now Coco with that Triforce is going to be a menace in the top lane, with Gatsu opting into the steel caps to have a bit more safety. You know what, actually, yeah, the 1v1 is still fairly even.
Definitely the ability for both of these to get in onto it. I think if Hunty arrives, though, all of a sudden things change. Corny gonna have to be careful. Hunty on top of them.
Yeah, but going out level 8, no longer one-shotable, so to speak. At least not without proper backup from the rest of the team. So, this game, you know, minus the early game shenanigans, is kind of going as expected. These teams are evenly matched, you have to feel like. Bot lane, Kikechko and Metis holding up strong. Mid lane, it's Orianna versus Karma, right? They're farming well, Sora has a bit more map impact, and top lane, they are literally even.
Everything is right on top of each other in terms of gold, in terms of items. Other than this jungle, there's no place in which everything is massively out of proportion. Even though Shruki and Kiko have had a bad time of it down in the bottom lane, they've kept themselves ahead slightly in terms of farm, on par. They're a little bit behind, but they're not as far behind as they could have been. Kikechko and Metis have not been able to fully accelerate themselves forwards with the leads that they've managed to pick up for themselves. And so once again is back to a pretty even state where everybody's walking around looking for things. Hunty's not managed to find themselves a kill in a while, looking down towards this bottom lane right now.
Hunty is well spotted out by the sweeper, and so that means that Metis and Gorny will be playing a very safe. Well, the state of the game, I mean, we have just talked about it. Not much is happening, but we seem just treading carefully. I guess the next dragon is where we will be focusing. Looking at the gold leads across the lanes, yeah, it's the jungle for BME, and everywhere else we have slight advantages that are just adding up for 0-2.
Hunty taking a lot of damage out of W, actually playing very aggressive and far forward. Clearly not too scared of the high-powered jungler right here. Again, we're all waiting. We've got the Herald number 2 spawning. Is this going to be the next point in which we see it fighting? Or instead, is everybody going to just continue sitting back, farming up, waiting for this mid-game to beginnings of the late-game stages to start?
To be fair, we do have BME with a vision advantage going their way over any part of the map. We now see 0-2 clearing out all the top side wards. But again, Umbral Glaive, it's a fair and fun item that I will never stop on hating, which means that Hunty just gets to clean out vision wherever he goes. So that's, you know, kind of to be expected. But when it comes to this Dragon and the Herald, BME with an inherent advantage on the setup.
They really do. Gonna have a lot more vision, as you said. Shruki getting pretty aggressive down here onto Kikechko, which shows the power of the Kai'Sa. You wouldn't really expect the Kai'Sa to be able to get onto a very, highly killed, a bit fed Jhin, instead able to bully them off, and still everybody is beginning to set up around this Drake, spawning in 55 seconds, a lot of vision for BME, much more than the side of 0-2 have. Everything is looking like it's, leaning towards a big fight starting soon.
Hunty is in the jungle of 0-2. We'll be able to get away before Metis and Toivu are going to catch him off. Gorny will be able to spot out the ambush in the bush. BME just setting up for the dragon. They're going for the soul stacking. I mean, you already said that Mountain Soul is going to be pretty good for them. Able to, well, first of all, mess up Jhin, and second of all, try to survive the burst of Diana Orianna is something that all of them would very much like.
A lot of burst ability on the 0-2 roster. As you said, it's a bit more sustained damage, really, if you're looking over at BME instead. So, if you're able to get a pick, maybe onto Shruki, maybe onto Sora, I mean, Hunty is pretty aggressive right now. The Drake going to be started up right here for BME. Not a lot of response right now. Corny's walking away. They've just given this one up.
I mean, I don't really blame 0-2 because they just want to be farming up for more items, I feel like. The Shockwave from Toivu, It's only gonna have an impact if you hit at least 3 people with one item Oriana's. Hunty in the mid lane will be looking for Toivu. Down comes the Moonfall. Doesn't manage to get the damage out, and now gonna get run down the middle lane. Hunty, having way too many shields, will be safe to disengage.
Hunty just has so much survivability, especially with that, Eclipse, a lot of healing coming out. There was also big shielding from the Karma. This is what we highlighted during the draft phase. Sora being on a highly defensive champion in the Karma is allowing a lot of survivability for Hunty as well as for Shruki, able to go forwards into situations maybe they'd be a bit more scared of going into without the Karma backing them up. And still, you can see just the utter domination in the jungle. I mean, Courtney isn't allowed to get any farm.
Yeah, 50 behind right now, which not great. Although I do have to say, looking at the CS numbers for everyone altogether, I think it's more Hunty having insane CS score than Gorney being necessarily, behind.
They're a bit behind, but they're not in the absolute worst spot of it right now. And once again, we're going back to this tense. Everybody's farming, getting ready for the next fight. So far, we've not seen any true big 4v4 or 5v5 fights. Everybody is much happier to just sit back, begin to farm up. So, with these teams playing with this style, what is the sort of, scaling elements that we're really looking for?
I think the big one that's going to become relevant is that BME are very short-ranged. Right now, you've got Sora, you've got Kiko that can kind of help that, but if we're going to be getting later into the fight and Toivu and Kikechko will be able to kite you around, that's going to become a problem. That's the cutting ring goes the wrong way. Shruki loses out on so much damage, but still winning out on the trade. Now out comes the curtain call, and look at the Moonfall. Corny able to pick up the kill, and Kiko is stuck between the rock and the back hard place, and Katsu takes the second kill.
Oh no! Oh, that was abysmal. That was entirely not Shruki's fault. The Akathian Rain deciding it wants to kill a minion and not Kakeshko. And that means that 2 quick kills. The bot lane goes down for BME. That's a lovely little fight back. Hunty is looking for Kakeshko now, trying to take revenge.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy kill for Lethality Graves, just does those things. It was also a shutdown, I believe, going the way of Hunty, the one person who 0-2 definitely don't want to see any more gold on.
No, indeed, Hunty continuing to keep themselves very far ahead in this game. But still, it was a nice little play. You can see that 0-2 are not dead in the water. They are still able to fight their way forwards. Taking a quick look at the gold, you can see the fact that Kakechko is quite far ahead of Shruki. But the play spread is ridiculous and nauseating, really, is the jungle, as we're expecting. Hunty massively far ahead, about 2,000 gold ahead of Corny. Corny is basically useful for a Moonfall and not a lot else in this game.
Also worth pointing out, Coco able to maintain a lead in the top lane, taking the tower. 2 items now. It's a matchup that has been... It's sort of, the immovable object meets an unstoppable force, but actually one of them is slightly stronger, so we see it twitch ever so slightly one way, and Coco able to win out on that. That being said, I think they're dying in the jungle right now. So if we take a look at the Jags, there we go. Gatsu able to pick up the kill.
Ooh.
I mean, I could cast League of Legends like this. All 3 lanes at once. Let's go.
Just have a look at everything going on the map. It's quite nice to actually see a full map view occasionally. But still, you can see that 0-2 are finding ways to fight into this game. They're only 2k gold behind right now. More about 2k gold behind right now. So still, within touching distance, not far enough back to actually begin to worry. The issue is that the Mountain Soul going over will make killing Hunty even harder. You've been able to get down Shruki, get down Sora so far, relatively easily, but you're having the absolute worst time of it trying to take down Hunty. If you've got a Mountain Soul on top of that as well, just awful. Do not want to deal with that. Fight in the mid lane.
Engage coming in from 0-2, and Shruki is dead already. Yes, able to pick up the kill, and Hunty is now locked up with the Hextech ultimatum. Shot and shutdown going the way of Kikechko. 2 kills for the Jhin, and the main carry of 0-2 is well and alive.
That was beautiful out of 0-2. Exactly what they needed right before the Drake was spawning. 10 seconds until this Mountain Drake comes up. They're not going to lose the soul, exactly as we said. It was difficult to get on top of Hunty until you have a monster flank coming out right from behind Gagatsu. comes flying in, and as soon as you are able to actually lock down Hunty, they're not that strong in terms of keeping alive. It's full lethality Graves. There's no survivability if they're not dealing damage and trying to heal up constantly. Finally, a Drake on the board. Corny back into this a little bit more, and this game, which was looking a little bit one-sided, is now very, very even.
0-2, they have given up the third dragon. They knew they don't want to take the fight. That game has stalled so much in the mid game, and now they're back in it. The goal is even. Screw any leads that were there before. And Death's Dance picked up for Gatsu. Now that Camille is going to be very annoying on the side lane and as a split push threat. And we're gonna see, because the next two team fights are gonna basically tell us a lot about both of these squads.
Everything is resting on these team fights, and if you're looking at team fight compositions, I much prefer the composition out of 0-2. I think that it works a little bit better. Gatsu having to run away from multiple members in the top lane. The Braum is good for disengage, you know. The Kai'Sa also pretty good for disengage. The Karma, good for disengage. All of a sudden, you're not having the best time engaging, whereas if you're looking at 0-2, the engage is insane. Putting the Orianna ball onto any of the members that are going to go flying in, Metis, Corny, or Gatsu, all of a sudden you're able to find a massive shockwave potentially, and once you've done that, you can shred through lockdown members.
Yeah, and 2 items picked up by Toibu. The third one for Kikechko is Gatsu, maybe cut out in the top lane. I mean, that Nasa is gonna do a lot of work, but if you're not getting those resets, you're still taking the damage in. Gatsu trying to survive the shield coming through, but that's a shutdown. Going the way of Hunty. Kikechko joins up, and we have a fight happening in the jungle with 0-2, a member down, and with Toibu stuck in the bot lane. I don't know if they want to take this.
I think cutting their losses and walking away is definitely the correct decision for 0-2. Coco doing a massive amount of damage on the bottom lane, and BMA starting off the Baron, looking to see if they can bait members out. Fight might start Kikechko going forwards.
Teleport was used by Toibu in the mid lane, that's it. That's all that BME wanted, because now it means Coco has 14 seconds of free split pushing. Well, yeah, basically 14 seconds until Gatsu counts up, which means this tier 2 is going to go down. Mission successful, because 0-2 got nothing, and BME got a kill, and then another tower.
Just lovely. A nice little play out of BME, baiting everybody in. I mean, if you are 0-2, you had got to respond to that Baron start. And so, as everybody goes flying up there, as you said, all of a sudden Coco gets some free time down in the bottom lane. You've also gotten a teleport out of Tobu. So overall, a nice little play. This game is still bouncing on a knife's edge. BME have managed to regain themselves that gold lead, about 2k. Things have been very even though, always 0-2 staying within touching distance, never falling far enough behind that it's terrifying. And the later into this game we go, the less the early game lead on the Graves begins to matter.
Yeah, it's the third lethality item, which is still going to pack a punch, and to be fair, the 3 targets you want to be hitting of Corny, Toibu, and Kikechko still don't have any armor built in. So, Hunty gonna be relevant still for a while, as Kiko is going to be get called out. That is a Braum is going to be able to buy a long time. Corny going to the backside with the Moonfall, not dealing too much damage, but the rest of the team is doing work. Kikechko takes the second kill, and that's 0-2 with a 2-4-0, as they are fully in control of this map, it feels like.
As we said, the team fight's a little bit stronger out of 0-2. Still though, Coco is a massive issue, managing to pick themselves up. Towers left, right and centre, pings onto the Baron for 0-2. They've decided, you know what, we cannot deal with these split pushing jacks by ourselves. If we can get ourselves a Baron though, then we'll be able to respond. Possibly trying to bait onto the Baron right now, but there's a lot of warding there. Everybody on BME knows that it's not happening right now.
Connecting onto Shuki. He is going to be able to assassinate Toibu, and Shuki jumping to the backside of Kikechko dead. Double kill for the marksman of BME. What was that?
That was disgusting, that's what that was. Oh my god, the damage. We said Hunty was going to begin to fall off at some point. That point is not right now. Just absolutely blowing up 0-2 members. They're going to pick themselves up the Baron. And although the game was teetering, you know, going one way, then the other way, BME have put themselves firmly and solidly in the lead.
Well then, that changes the equation. As you said, this game has been jumping all over the place in terms of who is ahead, but right now, Baron buff, 5,500 gold lead for BME. We've got 3 items completed on a Shruki. We have just seen what the Kai'Sa does in the teamfight. It's only gonna get worse. And Sora, we never pointed it, but the death cap shields on a Karma.
Yeah.
They're big.
Oh yeah, they are huge. They are enough to block most of the damage out of a 4th shot Jhin, and all of a sudden that means your Jhin is doing a lot less work. BME looking to pick themselves up the Soul. I think they're going to burst this down before any response could come out, and this is going to be Mountain Soul over onto BME. It's getting increasingly hard for 0-2 to win these team fights that they've been playing so effectively.
They have to cut the bleeding right now from this Baron. That is what they must do, and I mean, I'm seeing Elder Dragon as a potential savior for this team, because when you do have that wombo combo, if you somehow manage to get the soul and then land a shockwave, yeah, you can win the game. But outside of that, the options seem to be running short.
They're running out of things to do, and eventually this Graves falls off, but you've got to get to that point, and right now they are constantly falling into the issue of, if you don't have 5 members, you don't win the team fights, but if you do have 5 members, Coco's just going to destroy your towers.
Yep, the push with the Baron buff coming in from BME, finally able to get their Jax fully online. Semanthus is getting hunted by Hunty. The tower in the top lane is going to be picked up by Toibu, teleporting into the mid lane. Engage coming in from Gats. We've got the ultimates up, but Kiko just blocks all of it. And look at Coco, he's taking the inhib tower.
Does not care about getting involved with any of these teams, like split push Jax going in.
Coco is going to take a little damage. I don't know if that's the place you want to be at, but he is buying time for the rest of BME to arrive. Coco, he's still alive. The shield from Sora finally falls down, but Shuki comes in with the killers on the side, but Corny, Kikechko, all of them are still alive. BME just losing 1 member, and they will be able to pick up 2 of those inhibitors, but they will not be able to end the game like they maybe would have hoped with that optimistic engage out of Coco.
We highlighted it. Put your best player, your most carry player, onto a supportive champion in the middle lane, and good things happen. Sora is executing this karma just so beautifully. Not getting kills, it doesn't matter. Getting shields, the Death Cap Moonstone karma, especially with those boots, Ionian boots that are constantly bringing you to the point where you can always be laying down those shields. You just can't do any damage. The amount of shielding, it's doing half of Kiko's health just in shields, and then you have to get through the actual health bar too. It's so impossible at this point. Corny caught out.
Yeah, Hunty's on 4 items, and Corny does not get to live here. I feel like Toibu is also just left to die. Double kill for the jungle of BME, 9, 1, and 3. We had questions in the mid game. Is Hunty going to be able to continue this early game lead? And the answer is yes. He just kept going with it and does not stop.
Yeah, just rolling through with this constantly. Coco is quite far up.
That's one way to put it.
Go down here.
It is a 1-on-3. You would imagine he does, and there we go. That is the kill going to Kikechko. But it is traded for the 3rd inhibitor, so Coco is gonna take it. Yeah, you're 1-4, but it doesn't matter because enemy Nexus falls down, and that is the only goal of League of Legends at the end of the day. But Hunty is going to get caught out of low, and that is a bit of a bait statement because the Shield City is alive and well, and triple kill for Shruki to finish off the game. That is going to be BME knocking at the Nexus of a 0-2. A perfectly executed level 1 strategy translated into a victory, as the Hungarian squad will put themselves at 1-0 up in the last round of the Last Chance qualifier.
Beautiful game out of BME. Overall, Hunty got ahead right at the start and did not let that lead go. It was close for so long, but it always felt almost inevitable that BME were going to win, simply because anytime people went near Hunty, Hunty was just destroying kids. It was absolutely insane.
I mean, I definitely had a bit of hope maybe to see Kikechko pop up on that Jhin, but it just wasn't allowed to happen. I'm just gonna say one thing, like, Serpent's Fang would have so much value in this game.
Yep.
It's
yep,
kind
the
of
fact
insane.
that nobody built an anti-shield item in this game was kind of int.
I mean, only Kikechko was the person that could have built it, to be fair.
Yeah. It was a difficult build path, but the amount of shielding that was coming out of Sora was just nauseating. We're going to look at some replays so we can see how, BME managed to pick up this game. And if you're looking at how BME picked up this game, it is the level 1 invade right here. Managing to jump in, just picking up the kill onto Corny, and that was just the end of it, really. already then Hunty was ahead in terms of CS, in terms of camps, and then just able to translate that. There was some good 2v2 kills down in the bottom lane, but because Hunty got so far ahead, they were then able to control the entire pace of the map.
Yeah, I feel like credit must be given to KHK and Metis because they were able to do what we expected them to do. The highest KDA bot lane in the last chance qualifier got kills 2v2. I mean, not much there to be said, but continued bullying of Corny. And even though the global gold it wasn't much, even though we saw plays like this, which I mean, this is just painful to watch. Not even Shuruki misplaying massively. I mean, you could argue he should have moved closer, but I mean, yeah, we've had 0-2 come back, but even then, you can just see on your scoreboard, Hunty 3-0-2, massive CS advantages, and even when you shut him down, it doesn't last long.
No, it did not last long, and this fight just running through people. You know, you could see 0-2 were always in touching distance. They were constantly fighting and doing well for themselves, and then this fight just goes horribly wrong. You can see the power of Hunty dashing around, constantly being able to dodge. I think the thing about this game, though, is that if you are 0-2, you can kind of wipe the slate clean and go, it went wrong from level 1. You don't have to say, hey, we got outclassed all around the map. If Hunty wasn't as far ahead, there were good team fights coming out of 0-2. So going into this next game, they still have hope. But you have got to avoid the situation where you end up so far behind in the first place.
Yeah, but if you're 0-2, you only have one more chance. And then you're gonna have to go into the loser's bracket if that's not the case. I, for one, think I would tend to agree that, yeah, BME had a massive help from that level 1. If it didn't go that way, then we would be looking at a much more even game. Who would win? Kind of impossible to tell. However, we are gonna find out after the break to see if 0-2 can take us to game 3. Welcome back to UEM Last Chance Qualifier, brought to you by Twitch Student and Intel, and we are going to be getting ready for what could be the final game of the day, on stream at least, as BME one Nexus away from putting themselves through to playoffs.
Yeah, they win against 0-2, basically off of a level 1 late invade that ends up with a couple of kills going down, Gorny getting killed out, all of a sudden they're far behind, and really Hunty just did not let up the pressure. The winner of this game goes on into the playoffs. We will see them again during the playoffs later in this month. The loser of this goes down to the losers bracket, has to only win one more game to then get themselves back into the playoffs once again. So it is not do or die right now, but if you are 0-2, I think you're better than what we just witnessed out of you.
Absolutely. This level 1 has completely screwed up their game plan. Kechko and Metis were still able to find lead in the 2v2, but literally because Courtney wasn't playing League of Legends, she couldn't impact the map at all. So I hope for a better showing from them, and also, let's reiterate that for anyone tuning in right now. These are the last representatives for the Czech and Hungarian region in the UEM. So you want to see them go through to the playoffs, and BME are about to send Hungary into playoffs with one more win.
BME have got to pick up this win if they want to move forwards. I think they had such a nice start to the last game, but it wasn't really a dominant performance all across the map. If you look at just sort of the scoreboards, actually Hunty had a lovely game. We cannot discredit Hunty at all. And as you said while we were just chatting during the break, Coco, fantastic game. Was not dominant in terms of lane presence, but also just was split pushing constantly, always allowing pressure to be put down on the map when everybody else was fighting around. If they took 5 members to a fight, 0-2, all of a sudden they lost a tower or 2 for it. It wasn't great. But the rest of the map did not play so well. There were definitely bright spots for 0-2, specifically Kekechko and Metis. They had a nice game. They needed more help. Unfortunately, when Corny wasn't able to play, there's not a lot of help that could have come through.
Not at all, and I want to see what they're going to do. If we're going to see any draft adaptation, there is a chance we don't, right? Because I think if you just respect the early invade, let's be honest right now. Castar binds at level 1. If Toibo walks up a second earlier to check for the late invade, it doesn't happen. So this was really just an unfortunate one. So we could see the same kind of draft from 0-2, and I would love to see a lot more focus being sent towards the bot lane in that case.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, you saw how well Kekechko and Metis played. They managed to pick themselves their own 2v2 kills, so it was strong. Giving over the Jhin was a risky gamble, and it paid off, but not really because it paid off and you were able to deal with the Jhin. It just paid off because, again, Corny didn't play League of Legends. Corny, after that level 1 went badly, might as well have just unplugged keyboard and mouse and sat around because there was nothing to be done, unfortunately. Especially when Hunty was so far ahead, continued to accelerate themselves far ahead with a lot of really good ganks too. So if this game doesn't instantly swing, all of a sudden we could be going to a game 3, which is exactly what we want. I think 0-2 would deserve to go to game 3 if they play slightly better, don't manage to fall down instantly in the level 1.
I think this is where it's going to be a test for BME, especially because if they don't find that level 1 invade and they still end up winning the game, then they are clearly the better team today and deserve to go into the playoffs. If that doesn't happen and 0-2 are ahead, then well, what does that tell us about BME for Game 3? Those are all going to be the questions. This is, well, in a best of 3, we can't play the same narrative of a momentum in a best of 5 because one team winning ends the series. But if 0-2 pick up a win here, that puts a lot of question marks on how strong BME are actually.
Indeed, going into that game 3, it's, are they a better team genuinely, or did they just get a bit lucky with the early game fight? If you're BME, you want to prove that no, it was not luck, it was all skill. And we will be able to repeat this performance going into this game too. Big amount of pressure on top of 0-2. Obviously, if they lose this, they're not out. They go down into the losers bracket. But if you're BME, if you win this, you are straight on to playoffs. You have a chance to fight for that prize pool. Your day is over as well. You can just, have a nice rest of your Sunday. It's really, big stakes right here for BME, as well as for 0-2. And the last game, I feel like we didn't get the best show of what these two teams are all about because the early game was so skewed.
I argue we got a good show of BME. Definitely Hunty, and definitely how they are able to snowball the lead. But I agree, 0-2, they have not turned out to play last game, so fingers crossed for them in this one. Actually, Jin is a good pick that you mentioned. I want to know if it's going to be banned, if it's going to be left on the table. We had 0-2 on blue side last game. I wonder if the teams are going to swap around and, yeah, what kind of priority is going to be given to various picks.
Yeah, indeed, we saw the Zac ban out, and we also saw a lot of bans being focused down onto Tobu. Ended up leaving them pretty much out to dry on an Orianna that was played decently well, but fell down to a couple of ganks and never really got to, get into the game properly. Wasn't the most ideal of scenarios, really. Again, you can't really look at any of the 0-2 roster and say anything about their performance because they had no jungler. It's not even they didn't have a particularly good jungle, they just had no jungle help. And so with a little bit more jungle presence, all of a sudden, maybe Toby would be able to do something better if they also don't have their Irelia and their Yasuo banned out instantly.
Yeah, that is something as well. We had a lot of target bans towards the mid lane. So, the Orianna, it never really got to shine in the composition. It was there, it landed a shockwave or two, but Toibu was kind of just shut out of the game. So maybe we see that mid lane being prioritized earlier on. Or maybe reaching deeper into the champ pool. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, this isn't do or die, but you're up 0-1, well, down 0-1, yeah, that's what I mean, in this series, so this is the time to pull out new things that you've been hiding.
It is exactly the point that you really want to be fighting for this. Getting knocked down to the losers bracket, it doesn't obviously end your day, but it really hurts. You have been knocked out of groups, you're now back again, you've refought through your own domestic region, said, hey, we are the best that our region has to offer. And then if you get knocked out in the last chance qualifier, that also sucks massively. So these teams wanting a lot of momentum. Momentum is definitely in the favor of BME right now. We'll head into draft in just a couple of minutes. Until then, do you have any expectations for what 0-2 will change? Or do you think they can just reasonably run it back?
I think they can reasonably run it back. I maybe would like to see something with more agency on Toibu. I'm gonna throw that out there. Of course, Zac is not gonna be available, so not gonna see Gorny on that one, but yeah, Toibu maybe on an AD if you want to pair it up with Diana, or something with just a bit more engage.
Yeah, possibly. You could definitely protect Corny a little bit more. The Diana needs to get ahead. If you don't get ahead on the Diana, it feels really bad. And obviously, that was the worst possible early game for a Diana that anybody could have gotten. And so, something maybe like the Volibear, we've seen the Volibear quite a lot recently. Good gank priority, a good ability to, be safe while also laying down pressure across the map. It does not give you the AP, mobility that you want then to be able to put some AD into the middle lane or the top lane, but still, it can help out quite a lot. And so protecting Corny maybe, or you say, hey, it was fluky, that level 1 was all fluke, we just run it straight back. BME though, I think they could be pretty confident to play the same sort of thing, maybe just protect their bot lane a little bit more.
We are going to find out. We're going into the draft. The sides have been swapped. BME taking the blue side and getting rid of the Zac. No surprises there. Now, the J, the first pick would be available for BME. Let's see if it's taken away. I don't mind the Graves ban here, honestly.
No, the Graves ban makes a lot of sense. Like, you know how good Hunty is on it. You don't really want to deal with it. The Diana also going off the board, though. BME thought that was, a pick that could well have worked out. 0-2 also going to take the Tristan off the board. Clearly do not want Sora to play any of their comfort champions, but clearly Sora is also happy to just sit back and play the supportive champions. If the Karma or the Zillion is left open, I wouldn't be surprised to see that picked up as one of the first picks. We've seen how strong those can be recently.
Yeah, let's see what is gonna be that last ban out of BME, and it's going to be the Trundle. Okay, so here is the theory that I had brewing that's now confirmed. It's BME, they know Corny is the focus of the team. And so, game 1, Invader. Game 2, banner out. Easy.
Very easy. It's pretty clean as a strategy. You now have to just be careful of Kakechko and Metis because there was a lot of power on that lane, despite the fact there was no jungle intervention whatsoever. You've left the Jhin open. Do you first pick it? Karma going to come off the board as well. Makes a lot of sense. Sora had a monster performance on it, really able to constantly shield people up, keep them alive.
Wukong.
Alrighty, the first pick could well go to Hunty, could also go to Coco. I think both of them would have a nice time on it. Good split pushing champion if Coco wants it. If not, Hunty will be able to pilot it well. It's aggressive enough. Now, are you going to see the Jhin as a return pick? I'd have to imagine so. Kakechko loves it and was very good on it last time around.
Yeah, and there isn't really that much reason not to pick it, to be fair. I don't think there are any hard counters right now. However, there are hard counters to Wukong, and that Poppy is one of them for sure.
Look at that, the Poppy locked in. The Poppy can well go jungle or top lane as well. You can basically
Mid.
match it into the Wukong if that's what you want to do. If not, just leave it in the top lane. We'll be able to absorb pressure as well as stop any dashes. It's good into most of the top lane picks that pop up at the moment. A lot of them have dashes, which can be stopped with that steadfast presence. So, a lovely pick right here. Will the next pick be the Jhin, or are we seeing something entirely different? The MF, lovely. All right, so the Jhin was not working clearly. Kakechko also played the MF last time around. Clearly, Kakechko loves the Jhin and the MF, the only champions we've seen them play during this last chance qualifier. What is the return going to be? You going to pick up your support and your AD carry as we've been seeing recently, or are BME going to really throw everything up in the air?
I mean, they've got choices. We said that they're a team of many carries. It was Hunty last game. They might as well just throw it around. I mean, Wukong can carry the game itself. Actually, Nami Lucian is up and available. Could be the choice, or... yeah, Nami as a support like heavily indicates Lucian, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and Lucian has been incredibly strong. If you're looking at the MSI patch, Lucian be popping up a lot. If you're looking at this last chance qualifier specifically, Lucian also coming into a lot of games, being very strong and is a good answer to the MF, able to dash in and get on top of them. MF pretty immobile as well, can be bubbled out by the Nami. And will get locked in. There we go. As you said, it was possible. The return instantly going to be hovering. Renata, I like that. It's a lot of aggression. Renata is fantastic to be, the champion that can sort of sit back and allow Engage to come to them. The same sort of thing can be said, though, for the Anivia.
Yeah, we are gonna have that Renata, and I like it because the comp of BME wants to run at you right now.
Yeah.
Lucian doesn't have the highest range. I mean, the calling, it's a pretty good one, but Wukong definitely needs to get up close and personal. So that massive disruption tool in the hands of Metis, you have to imagine, is going to be a huge tool for 0-2.
I like the composition they've drafted for themselves at the moment. If we just take a quick look at 0-2, you've got multiple pieces of disengage and anti-engage in the Renata and in the Poppy, versus a composition that wants to run into you. And then the MF can just open up, with the bullet time, and all of a sudden you're shredding through people who have been caught while trying to run at you. It's sort of good drafting into what BME are trying to pick up. We'll see what they're going to ban out, though, for BME. We've already seen the Xerath being taken off of the board. The return going to be the Orianna. Clearly not interested in seeing that again.
Both teams have good elements of a teamfight composition, so I'm not surprised to see that Orianna being taken away. Of course, BME a lot more centered on that engage, whereas 0-2 going for the disruption. And yeah, you already touched on Xerath. Sora had some disgusting performances. Especially the one against DMU, that one hurt personally, so could just not do that again, thank you very much. And Oren is going to be out, which, again, makes sense when you have MF, that long range knock-up, not ideal to play into.
No, MF is so very squishy, and if you are putting as much focus onto Kakechko as we're expecting 0-2 to do, you do not want to find them getting poked out and caught out by long-range CC. That's why a lot of it has been taken off the board so far. We'll see what the final ban is going to be for BME before we get into these picks. Something possibly towards the mid lane, and it is going to be the Vigar.
Yeah, another disruption champion, not allowing 0-2 to just stack the Exodia of You Shall Not Pass, but Victor does the job relatively well. Gravity Field, Chaos Storm all together, and provides the much needed AP damage.
Going to be a lot of AP laid down right here. When paired with an MF as well, it's a good damage profile, well rounded, and just a lot of it to be laid down. Good enough CC as well from the supporting cast. The top laner will probably be high CC as well, able to really lock people down. The Camille actually is kind of perfect if you're looking at 0-2. Over on the other side though, gonna be the Ezreal locked in, so that will be an Ezreal Nami bot lane and a Lucian in the mid lane.
Yeah, you have to assume we haven't seen Ezreal mid in a long time. I really think Lucian mid is the more likely choice here, but then, I mean, Lucian Nami is... I'm gonna wait and see. I think I agree with you, but there is still that voice in the back of my head telling me that maybe it's gonna be Sora on the Ezreal. Bonus points if it's AP Ezreal, but actually no, with that Gwen pick, it's gonna be AD Ezreal anyways. And It's a pick we talked about a lot before the day started, before we even went live, but it's the first time we're actually seeing it now.
Yeah, the Gwen is so strong on this patch, especially when paired with that Wukong. Actually, you can put the Gwen into mid lane as well, technically, if you wanted a Lucian top. I doubt that would happen, but it is a possibility. But the Gwen's so very strong, will be able to shred down any tank that possibly could be put into this top lane if it's not going to be the Poppy. And it won't be the Poppy, it will instead be the Gnar in the top lane, Poppy in the jungle, as I was kind of expecting. And overall, these are pretty interesting compositions. We've got a lot of 5-head chess going on right here.
Yeah, this is, well, team fights and disruption for 0-2. I think that's fairly easy to identify, where every champion is contributing to just setting up Ketchko for that bullet time. I'm looking at BME. I'm not entirely sure.
I would like them to swap their champions, please.
That's also a good point. I would love them to do that. Okay, there we go. They are starting to do it right now. Yeah, so it is going to be Lucian in the hands of Sora. I think at least it's going to be helpful in the early game to look at this comp not as a... not trying to work out what they're going to do in a 5v5, but instead acknowledge that they've got carry potential in every lane.
Every single lane has the ability to find solo kills, and that's so exciting. We can really see possibly Sora unlocked. Last game we highlighted Sora before we started, like, oh, this is going to be the main carry, going to be so fun. Karma. It was a great Karma performance, but it was not particularly fun. This time on the Lucian, who is incredibly strong. We've seen the Lucian in the mid a little bit, much more in the bot lane. When the Nami was picked, as you said, we expected it definitely to go into the bottom lane. Instead, Lucian mid in the hands of Sora could be so strong. The ability for solo kills, but also Gwen in the top lane. Possibility for solo kills. Maybe not the Nami Ezreal. Nami Ezreal is a little bit more of a safe lane, can find picks if the bubble is landed, especially versus an MF who is very squishy. But every lane has the ability for things to just go absolutely insane, and with the Wukong in the jungle, you know, all of a sudden BME can find ganks all across the map.
Yeah, and we've seen Hunty be very aggressive. I believe Lucian is going to have priority over Victor. I don't think that's a controversial statement. In terms of Gwen into Gnar, not so caught up on this match. But even with just the mid lane priority, you could see Hunty and Sora just walk into the jungle and decimate anyone in their way.
Just destroy people. Everybody that they come across, they can just take down. And so really, this is once again a game on the shoulders of the junglers, I think. Will Gordy be able to actually not have the worst possible time of it? Last time around was awful.
One player, I didn't quite hear the production, broke their chair. BME mid laner, Sora.
Sora has broken their chair. Fantastic. We're so hyped to be playing that Lucian, you know, jumping up and down, bouncing for it, and has just snapped the chair in half. Fantastic. We'll be into game in just a second, and here we go.
That was a quick chair replacement, I'm gonna be honest. I was expecting us to fill in for like 3 minutes when we heard that.
Yes. We're getting a whole, like, F1 pit stop level of chair replacement right here. Maybe they've decided, screw it, we're just gonna stand. See if that impacts Sora any. Probably not, we'd have to imagine. And so, into game we go.
Alright, just to point out, Ignite PTA for Sora, full on kill pressure. Other than that, no real surprises, or I even think noteworthy. Actually, Shurky going for the press the attack on Ezreal.
Yeah, interesting. Not what we expect to see usually, but is picking it up, clearly just looking to lay down as much damage as possible. When you've got the Gwen, you don't really have to be bursting people out. You can go with the more sustained damage method, which makes sense when you are against, you know, somebody like a Gnar who will get quite tanky at some point, and a Poppy. You don't want to be trying to burst out a Poppy. It's not going to work for you. Instead, sustained damage is the way forwards. And so, a little bit of a late invade for Vision, I'd have to imagine, rather than a true late invade.
Now they're going for it.
Oh no, BME.
I mean, this time 0-2 have spotted them out, so I don't know how well this is going to go. They do have the priority over the red buff. We have Metis coming up, so it is going to turn into a 4 versus 3 in favor of 0-2, and Hunty will need to back off. Toibu walking up, and BME unsuccessful invade. Gorny's clear is also going to be slowed down, but I feel like Hunty suffers more here.
Hunty definitely suffers more, having to walk much further to get themselves back onto a camp, and also, I mean, Poppy does not want to be solo killing a camp leashless, but neither does Hunty. And so at this point, it's quite difficult to say who's come out on top. I mean, Metis roamed all the way top side, so already the push is going to be massively into Kakechko, not going to be able to step forwards. But every form falling down, you'd think, oh, well, this is just fizzled out, that's fine. But considering the way that BME won in the last game was through early invades working, the fact that it didn't work out could be more impactful than previously thought.
We're gonna see how the jungle matchup evolves around it, basically. Is Gordon going to be able to find ganks? Is Hunty going to be able to, well, also find ganks, but create pressure in the jungle? Those are the two measures of success, really, for both teams here. And Sora pushing in Toibu, unsurprisingly, in the early game.
Managing to find their way forwards. As you said, Sora was pretty much always going to win this push battle versus Tobiu, and this allows a little bit of roam potential. You don't even have to complete any roams, but if you are Sora, you can constantly walk into, fog of war, and then all of a sudden everybody has to step back, be a bit careful. We know Sora is a fantastic player, the sort of linchpin of BME. Now they're unleashed, not on a Karma anymore, instead on a Lucian. Will they be able to find their way into this game and be able to swing things in the favour of Hungary?
All early game, for once. We don't see Bloodbath from the get-go, but Hunty is going for an invade. Yeah, all habits die hard as Kakechko and Metis are winning the 2v2 from the looks of it. Ignite was dropped down onto Shruki. And yeah, it's just a trade of Sounders. Here comes Hunty though, looking for engagement to Gordy, will be able to steal the blue buff, and Gordy now will need to run away, down to 250 HP, and Hunty stunned up against the wall. Metis and Kakechko are coming up, Gordy very low, Sora goes over the wall, Ignite is dropped down, and there goes Shruki for the first blood. Hunty is still alive, and 0-2 forced out of their own jungle.
We've seen this one before now, haven't we? Hunty deciding to just ruin Gorney's day again. Gorney has not been allowed to play at all this game so far. Gatsu and Coco going after each other in the top lane as well, but we saw 4 members in this bottom lane fight. Just ridiculous amounts of action already. And now, as you can see, Gorney once again put far behind. Hunty is able to take over this game, possibly. And if they are on a Wukong, it's going to be a miserable time for the rest of the members of 0-2.
I mean, if you do it once, might be luck. If BME pull it off again, then this is clearly a premeditated strategy, and it's working really well for now. Of course, we're gonna have to see how much Hunty can convert that lead into, but right now, doubling the jungle CS of Courtney, it's looking similar. It's giving me last game vibes.
Indeed, what we need to really repeat last game is for
Kakechko
and Metis to find themselves kills, and there we go. So we are once again going to see a strong jungle performance from BME and a strong bot lane performance from 0-2. Will the outcome be the same, or will 0-2 have something to say about it?
Well, there is an important difference right now. It was on the back of Courtney's gank.
Yeah.
Actually, so we have a jungler playing for 0-2, not completely shut out of the game. And yeah, 1 kill goes the way of Metis, so admittedly not the biggest of leads. But if Kakechko and Metis have the protection of their jungler and they're able to just find kills after kills after kills, like they did in the game 1, then this is a completely different game we're looking at for 0-2.
Yeah, and you can see that although Courtney is far behind in terms of CS, it matters a lot less on a Poppy than it does on a Diana. Diana looking to lay down all of the damage. Poppy just trying to get tanky, be able to survive. The items are cheaper.
Coco, that is not where you want to be. The ghost will be good, but flash... Gatsu, you can't miss those!
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Gatsu just not quite being able to stick in the refuge that Coco has, managing to keep alive. Oh, that is unfortunate right there.
Flashing for the auto-attack, getting in range of the Hallowed Mist, and then auto-attacking a minion. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. If I'm wrong, blame me Twitch chat, DM me on Twitter, let me know. But I'm pretty sure that's what I've seen, so...
It was both. A minion was hit with the flash, and then to hit another auto-attack outside of the Hallowed Mist. Just insanely close, but you can see Gatsu doing their best to fight onto Coco, who had a fantastic game last time around, so everybody bring the fight to each other in this game 2. If BME win this, they're going to move on. Auntie looking to find a fight onto Cormy again.
We've been in this place before, I feel like. However, this time around, the bot lane of 0 to being way quicker, and Metis takes the second kill. In the meantime, Coco solo kills Gatsu, so overall 1-for-1.
1-for-1 across the board, but this is a good sign that Auntie is not allowed to do whatever they want to Corny. Corny staying alive this time around. Lovely little fight there. We have an Infernal Drake just sat up and available, possibly going to go for it.
Damage onto Kiko, and Kagechko will be able to pick up the kill. Shuki looking for the return, but doesn't have the flash, and Metis successful is on the way, but Shuki has a lot of damage. The heals are going to be traded. Shuki going forward, double kill! Picked up for Kagechko, not even close.
Kagechko, exactly what we were expecting out of the main carry for this team. Beautiful little play right there, a little bit too aggressive out of Shruki. And all of a sudden, things are looking much, much better for 0-2.
Auntie going for another invade, this time with level 6, and this time with no pesky bot lane to ruin his plans. Gatsu does have priority, so I don't know how far Auntie wants to take this.
With no Smite, Hunty not going to be able to actually fight into this, but because Corny is level 4, not going to want to fight this either. The red buff is just going to be abandoned, and you can see Metis has roamed up from the base to give a little bit of a support, allow Corny to take this red buff finally, as Hunty is continuing to wander around. Might get caught out being over-aggressive here.
Yeah, Metis is around 0-2. They know Hunty will be going for the invade. That's 4 members of the 0-2 around, and the cycle is going to be used, but Hunty left to die. Well played. They know what the game plan is from BME, and they respond accordingly.
Hey, you can see that BME thought they had the number of 0-2. We ban out Corny, they are the main carry. But actually, it is most certainly 0-2 that have the number of BME. Hunty, way too aggressive. You are not on a high-powered Graves this time around. You're on a much, much weaker Wukong. Don't have all of those kills to back you up right now. Going too aggressive, getting called out, it does not put the team in a good place. And now, with the Infernal Drake still up and available, it's possible that 0-2 pick that up as well.
To be fair, the CS advantage in the jungle is still big, and also just to touch on the mid lane, Sora is doing fine, so I'm not overly worried for BME. It's just the plays we are seeing on our screen right now, they're all going the way of 0-2, especially when we factor in the bot lane.
This is very true. If Kagechko continues to get ahead and Corny is not massively far behind, maybe things go a little bit different. Gatsu getting
angle. Yep, Coco just is going to kill Gatsu, and yeah, throw on top of that we have top lane winning for BME, so this game's even.
Once again, very even fight. The game last time around was even too. It just ended up being the swing factor that Hunty was so far ahead. This is not true in this game, so there'll have to be a different swing factor. Well, managing to pick themselves up a Drake. Hunty instead going to go for the Herald, and so once again, even trades across the board.
Okay, well, who is the gold going on? Because usually when we say even, like, yes, the overall gold is even, but okay, I don't think there's any more caveats. It's just the top side, bot side split here.
Yeah.
With the top jungle mid going the way of BME and Kagechko and Metis being ahead for 0-2.
Right now, then, I'm looking more towards the mid lane as the last remaining even lane. I mean, there is a pretty decent gold lead onto Sora, but the last remaining in terms of kill even lane, Corny is down here, although BME have pushed quite far under their tower. I don't know if there's an actual gank opportunity.
No level 6 for Kiko. The Tidal Wave unavailable. Will make it slightly easier, but the True Shot Barrage getting all the minions low. The cannon. Okay, he gets it. There we go. Yeah, Shuki's gonna be quite happy with that. And Hunty is gonna be around. But look at all the vision that 0-2 have around the bot side. It is so difficult to sneak any bot lane ganks in or roams if you're BME.
Very difficult, and this is much better than the previous game. 0-2 had basically no vision in the previous game, having an absolutely awful time of it in terms of being able to see anything happening on the map. Both the junglers are down here. I don't know if anybody is going to fight before they leave, though. But no, indeed, everyone is going to leave. And so what could have been a big fight in the bottom lane decides to fizzle out instead. Top lane, you can see the amount of pressure that Coco has.
This is the thing, if you're forcing a stalemate on the rest of the map, if you're BME, you are winning out, because Coco is in a naturally winning matchup. Able to, you know, push down the tower, take the plates. Technically, you can say the same about Sora, but Sora can't even touch the tower.
Yeah. Sora is not having a good time in terms of actually taking down the tower. It makes sense, because it's a Victor. Victor is very good at absorbing pressure. which is what you need versus a very much run-at-you composition. There's a lot of counterplay right here for 0-2 once we get into team fights, because BME are going to have to run straight at the opposition, hoping that everything lands exactly what a Renata, a Victor, and a Gnar really want. Not to mention all of the steadfast presence help versus so many dashes.
While that is true, this is where I feel like the Gwen pick is becoming the swing for BME, because you don't have to teamfight. Technically speaking, you can just wave clear on the rest of the map, and Coco is going to take over the sideline. Like, this counter pick of Gnar seems a bit questionable right now, because it's behind and I don't see it getting any better.
No, it's not going to continue to get better. You wanted it as like a proper counter pick versus the Gwen, as you said. Instead, the Gnar's not having a good time. Managed to pick up 1 kill, but since that early kill, nothing more has happened. Maybe you're in trouble.
Here comes the call, and Sora just kills it with the Gale Force. Okay, no jungler needed here, I suppose.
Holy, that was a lot of damage, more than we were expecting. Corny is down here, but I don't think there's anything on right here. And now BME is going to be able to pick themselves up a couple of turret plates, as well as the Herald if they want to put it down.
Going in for a kill, able to kill Sora. Easy as that, clean combo on the Poppy. Finds the knock-up as well. And, yeah, well played. Gets a kill, only 1 plate. The Herald's still in the inventory of Hunty, and he needs to use it soon.
I was wrong. I didn't think Corny would be able to pick up that kill onto Sora. Sora just getting pinned against the wall and bursted down means they're going to miss out on the extra turret plating. Still, though, it does at least go into the pocket of a member of BME. More fighting in the top lane.
I know it's low on HP, but it is a Gwen, so don't be fooled. That being said, 200 HP, yeah, might be a bit too little. That's a shutdown going the way of Gatsu.
Nice little fight here, and you can see, again, things are still pretty even for the most part. I love this as tension for this last chance qualifier stage. Everybody sat so close to each other in terms of gold. Across the map, if you look at things holistically, it's very even. There are pockets where there is a lot more power one way or the other. In terms of jungle, you're really looking at Hunty. In terms of bot lane, Kekechko and Metis way far ahead as well, about 1k up. The mid lane, a little bit in the favour of Sora. So all across the board, things are even, but going one way and then the other way. In terms of team fight power, though, I think that if BME manage to find their way in onto the backline, they will win it quite easily. But if the counter engage and the disengage coming out of 0-2, works out for them, then they should be able to extend fights long enough to be able to come through.
Yeah, that's the problem. The hostile takeover, Gordy just generally as a champion, is so hard to navigate around, especially if you have Toibu dropping down spells everywhere. There isn't really an easy approach for the fight if you're BME, so I'm curious to see how they problem solve around that, as the dragon has been started. 0-2, they've got 1. This is definitely a slower dragon game than all of the ones we have seen today so far. Hunty is around, will be looking to contest maybe. Goes for this fight, will miss it. Corny picks up the dragon, and disengage is being had. 0-2. They're getting cut out now with Hunty going in for this Cyclone. Corny going into the fight. That is the tidal wave coming through, and there just isn't any damage connecting right now from BME.
It all went wide. Hunty went flying in, trying to find something, but the counter coming out of a 0-2. As we said, they have so much disengage that they're constantly able to make their way back and just run away. Get the Drake, run away. Get the Baron, maybe, run away. Pick up a tower. What they're going to do? Probably run away. Other than the one time that they will choose to turn, and then they have the power out of the Gnar, out of the Victor, and out of the MF.
Hostile takeover is coming in. Kiko is just dead. Kekechko 3-0 and 2. And well, more kills going across the map. I was gonna say if they went one way, but no, with Toibu dying, it is equivalent exchange of kills. Towers also falling which way whatsoever. But it's important to notice that the mid lane tier 1 was taken down by BME, which means they have a much easier time setting for objectives.
We're going to have a much nicer time of it now that this mid lane tower is down. Toby, you're going to have to teleport into the middle lane in order to catch this wave, or they would have been missing out on quite a lot. everything across the board, once again, pretty even. We're probably waiting for this 20-minute mark now. Waiting for the Baron when fights will be able to be started back up again. That's what BME needs. They need the ability to actually start fights. They can begin to pressure onto the Baron, threaten for it, and then at that point, 0-2 have got to get in on fights. Then they might be able to turn on them. But if 0-2 are able to continue disengaging and only engaging when they absolutely want to, then it is very difficult for BME to actually get ahead in this game.
Yeah, that's the big problem that we identified from the get-go in the draft. It's the disengage for 0-2. And we have Cloud Dragon, not necessarily the biggest Drake, but I feel like if you're trying to run away, it's probably the best you're gonna get.
I mean, it is the perfect runaway but slightly faster Drake. Ooh, you can see the damage laying down onto Sora with just one spell at a W. Everybody, once again, we saw it in the first series of the day, just a lot of fighting at all times, bloody, messy kills constantly. Both of these teams seem to like to play a little bit further back, a little bit more calm and collected. The second Herald's going to be picked up by Coco, and so this can be used either in the mid lane to crack some more towers, top lane to crack some more towers, or maybe to break the tier 1 down in the bottom lane.
Let's go on a rampage as Hunty is dead right now. That is pretty huge with the Wukong being down and all that. Opens up the mid lane tower. Now, if we compare this to game 1, we have a slow mid game where kills are traded. We don't necessarily see one team as being far ahead as that goes wide. However, BME in game 1, they had the inevitable scaling of Hunty. Do you see anyone right now on BME that also has that same kind of inevitability? Whereas, you know, they're not massively ahead right now, there is going to be a point where they hit 3 items and just take over the game.
The main answer to that question is no.
Mm-hmm.
If you want a slightly more in-depth answer, then kind of in terms of the Gwen and the Lucian. If you look at Gwen especially, once getting a couple more items, a little bit more healing, more ability to continue to duck and dive through, possibly able to find a way in which split pushing becomes impossible if you are Gatsu, because the Gwen will just shred you down. The thing with Ezreal, however, is that they only scale as good as your ability to get on top of them, and actually it's pretty hard for this composition to get on top of the Ezreal. Ezreal might be able to do well. Lucian will continue to get stronger too, and so it's okay, but there's nobody I'm looking at where I'm going, yeah, that's the scaling right there. Whereas, if I take a look at 0-2, it's a Victor. Right there is a Victor who you absolutely do not want to deal with in the late game.
Okay, so BME, they're gonna need to do something soon, because it is now in favor of a 0-2 if this game just goes evenly. We have 2 items picked up by Coco with that Cosmic Drive. It's going to make the Gwen significantly stronger, and another engage in the mid lane, this time forcing the flash away from Kiko. Hunty, he just keeps being annoying, doesn't he?
Yeah, Hunty is just making the absolute most of just bullying Corny. I think we might have to report this man for just being mean at this point. Corny having the worst time of it, but the Drake spawning pretty soon. Just 6 seconds until this Drake spawns. Lots of members hanging around, except for the fact that Hunty doesn't care. Hunty is up towards the top lane. This might be a Baron flip. This is what I said might happen. BME looking to pressure onto the Baron to force a fight, because once team fights actually start, they should be okay.
Especially around the terrain like Baron, where you have multiple angles of approach that Hunty can pop out of. You can circumvent that. Linear disengage is what I'm gonna call it, with the tools like the hostile takeover and the Keeper's Verdict.
Yeah, definitely. Linear. If people are jumping out from lots of different angles, all of a sudden it gets a lot harder. I mean, Hunty and Sora could probably take this by themselves. I don't know if they want to, though.
They are just forcing Kikechko and Corny to come up, because you could have seen them going down the river on your minimap, and now Kogo is just allowed to bully Gatsu, because Gatsu does not do a thing into this Gwen right now. Only if Coco runs it down under the tower, maybe there is a hope.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mess up on the side of Coco rather than a good play out of Gatsu at this point in time. However, the Drake gonna be picked up by 0-2. That means soul point for 0-2. In return, a top lane tier 2 tower is the prize.
Yeah, Hunty will also be diving. Toibu here, who burned the flash, is going to go down. So interestingly, giving up the soul, BME don't care too much about that. Trying to get priority in the side lanes and open up the map more for this potential Baron that we're talking about. But Kiko in the mid lane, he is taking a lot of damage, but will actually be able to walk out.
The fact that Kiko survives right there is very strong for BME. They're gonna like that a lot. Gonna buy a little bit more time as well up in the top side for Sora to manage to take down this tier 2. So in the end, it ends up being a little bit of a good trade, I'd have to say, for BME. Just the fact that they are now down to Soul Point. 0-2 needs one more Drake, then they'll get themselves another Cloud. Beyond the Cloud Soul, more running away, which is exactly what 0-2 wants to be able to do. Now you've got to force around Baron if you're BME. You want to be able to actually get fights in, because for the minute, running away is the name of the game for 0-2. They can't do that if running away means that you get a Baron.
Yeah. And in terms of vision setup right now, it's not too sophisticated. Around the top side jungle, we only have 2 control woods being dropped by BME. I would like to see more being invested there. Also working towards the 3 items for Sora and Shruki. That's going to be a spike we will have to watch out for. But mid lane, it's just a tug of war. And okay, Kikechka has a lot more gold than I expected, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that is a massive lead, about 2k onto Kikechka. That is insane amounts of damage right here. You can see the amount of damage that Kiko just took as well from a bouncing bullet, and oh boy. You do not want to go anywhere near Kikechko at this point, especially not with Metis right there to be able to lay down a hostile takeover, also to keep Kikechko alive.
Yeah, we haven't seen really the MF pop off in a team fight yet, so that's why I got surprised. Like, yeah, Kikechko, he picked up a lot of kills. He had a really good laning phase, exactly what we were expecting, but ever since, you know, minute 15 or so, both the AD carries have just been quietly farming up in the mid lane, and yeah, if a bullet time is set up, this will basically be the team fight over for BME.
Quite possibly, and so if you are BME, you've got to play very carefully. Going for the Baron again. Instantly aggressive. I don't think anybody on 0-2 knows this is happening. If they're able to steal this away, that will allow them finally to begin to actually push down on towers without playing ridiculous little, you know, games of split pushing. Yeah, it's gonna go down.
Okay, the Baron has been sneaked. This is huge. As you said, it will allow BME to start pushing in properly. Also 1500 gold, you take that any day. I feel like in a game that has been all about farming for the last 10 minutes or so, this is important to mention. Now, economy Baron. I feel like we have kind of, you know, talked about it in groups. I have borrowed that concept as well from another caster, so not my own, but yeah, it's all about how much gold lead you can build here.
It is. You have got to push forwards. You've got to find your way into this game properly, because at this point they've put themselves in a very nice spot. BME looking good, gonna pick themselves up a bot lane tier 2. Top lane tier 2 had already fallen, so that's just a point of pressure on the map. Will you be able to crack this mid lane tier 2? By that point you have so much map pressure available. Oh, Sora might be called out.
Good flash away from the keeper's verdict. Gatsu will be jumping up. The calling comes down. A lot of damage, and there is the dash in. Sora has got the Gale Force, has got the damage, and has got the kill as Toibu will fall down. The mid lane is being broken. BME just brute forcing their way through. It was a game that was so close. They got the Baron. They are blowing it wide open. They're wanting to go to playoffs.
They may well go into playoffs off the back of a snuck Baron. A beautiful call right there. Now they're going to pick themselves up a inhibitor in the top lane, an inhibitor in the bottom lane. The mid lane is being pushed through too. They can put all points of pressure onto the map, and all of a sudden 0-2, when they were in a nice spot, are being pressured from every single lane.
3 inhibitors. This is a huge swing. 8,000 is the gold lead. Honestly, BME, I would not be surprised if they want to go for the finish, but I would have to imagine they're sitting on a lot of gold. Metis is going to drop down that hostile takeover. And the bullet time on top of that, but it only gets this one. Now Hunty is going to go down. Double kill pick up for the AD carry, and Gatsu looking for so in the backside. Coco buying a lot of time in the front line, and Yulborg doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of sustain. The Gwen is hard to kill, but pulled back into the wall. Going golden right now, using the Zonias. Will find the down onto Kikechko, and I said 3-4-1-0 to stay alive, but the game is completely out of their control.
Oh, 0-2 cannot leave their base now. They have super minions pouring in from every single direction. You can see, though, Corny on a sprint down towards this Drake, trying to take it before any members from BME respawn. Hunty will not make it in time. Sora is down here, though, and if you're Corny, I do not think you can fight onto Sora at all.
Level 16 to level 13. Yeah, doesn't sound too great. Mets is going to be around. The calling is available. I mean, I would not be surprised if Sora does find a double. But now Gatsu is coming in. The Dragon, it has been secured. Well played by 0-2. Despite losing 3 inhibitors, they make the bold play. And yeah, BME do not commit. To be fair, yeah, thinking about it again, I think it'll be a suicide mission for Sora. So we've got a Cloud Soul for 0-2.
A nice pickup of the Cloud Soul. Does that manage to swing things, though? They have every single inhibitor down. It's still going to be in a horrible spot in terms of the game. But just a little bit of over-aggression, going for the end right then and there, rather than sitting back and waiting. If BME manage to win this game, they are going on to the playoffs. Right now, Gatsu trying to stop that from happening.
Good tidal wave, stopping the Gnar in his tracks, and Gordon is going to be taking a lot of damage on the way back. So only down to the Nexus turret, 0-2, you have to make your last stand. The ban buff has run out, so it's easier to kill those minions. However, the turrets, they're getting so damn low, and now 3 items on the AD carries. You've got so many components sitting on everyone, and Coco is going to be jumping for level 16 Gwen, taking care of that first time. The hostile takeover, it is running over the team of BME, and you can see the Hellbots have been chunked out, but Gorny is almost dead. Can she stay alive? Gatsu going mega, the bullet time. It zones BME away, it buys time for 0-2, but can you even buy any time? Gorny almost getting killed by me. The last auto attack will not do it. The health region is enough, and 0-2, they're holding on. How are they still doing it? But no, here comes the Cyclone Hunty. Look at the double, but I can't go, but the MF is down, and it's only Menace alive. Gorny is able to come back into the base, but it's a double, and then one lonely Nexus turret stuns between BME and the Nexus. Keeper's verdict gets the clone away, and it doesn't matter because BME will take the 2-0, and they will be going into the playoffs.
BME are going to be joining AGH in the playoffs. They make their way through the last chance qualifier despite being knocked out in the group stage. Back they come, and oh my god, what a performance out of BME. We wondered if it was fluky off of the level 1 during game 1. No, BME are just incredibly strong, and Hunty is insane.
Yeah, I mean, caveat, he did die a lot in the early game invades.
Yes.
It didn't work early, but by the mid-game, the team has pulled itself back together. So I think this kind of gives us even more context. When Hunty hit those 3 items and started popping up on the graves, yeah, the one-shots were definitely due to the level 1 invade, but actually, the mid-game for BME was just clean in both of these instances.
It was lovely. All around, BME playing very nicely. I mean, we're going to take a look at some replays in just a second. You can see how BME managed to pick themselves up this win. Overall, it was through the fact that Coco was having a nice time in the top lane. Hunty wasn't having the best time in the early game, but Sora doing some beautiful things in the middle lane. And once again, Corny having a bad time of it.
Yeah. And you mentioned Sora. Look at Sora having the priority, going right up there, and yeah, just basically finishing off the kill. Flash, dash, and Shuki is there to take the first blood. Aggression from BME in this game, it has been measured and it worked out so well. And the bot lane of 0-2, I mean, there's still Kakechko and Metis, I feel like. No disrespect to them, but it just wasn't enough.
They couldn't pull their team out from the fact that they were falling down. You could see Hunty going way too deep in a few situations, managing to get caught out, and it looked pretty good for 0-2 in a lot of ways, managing to pick themselves up the Cloud Soul and everything. But you could see the power of Sora. Played a supportive Karma during the first game, instead picking up a very aggressive Lucian and played it beautifully, you know, picking up kills left, right, and center. This was the beginning of the end off of this little play right here out of Sora. All of a sudden, BME managed to pick themselves up every single inhibitor, nearly into the game, try to end the game, and then it doesn't go quite so well off of a beautiful hostile takeover into bullet time. You can see how it begins to go badly right here. Then a Cloud Soul is picked up, but overall, just it was nice play out of BME. Kept it close the whole way through, and then found their one situation to push forwards and took the opportunity.
Yeah, the sneak Baron, let's call it what it was. That basically pushed BME over the edge that they needed to go through. And they found the call, they made it work. Well played to them, because it's all on that.
Yeah, indeed it is. And I mean, I think we should say a little bit of a goodbye to 0-2. We're not completely done with them. They'll be down into the lower bracket. Still only have to win one more best of 3 to move their way on. But still, they played quite well. If you're looking for people to watch moving forwards, should we see this team return into the playoffs, Kakechko and Metas played beautifully. Unfortunately, Gorny had a bad time of it. Gatsu had some nice plays as well, though. So overall, this team pretty strong, just actually ran into a team who was playing fantastically today in BME.
Yeah, just a completely different team than we've seen in Group A, I feel like. Honestly, for both of them even. Although 0-2 on the stream today, not getting to show their best. Hopefully, we'll see them in playoffs, but yes, yeah, they will be in the lower bracket. In terms of MVP, who do you think we're going for?
Okay, I'm going to go with not just an MVP for this game. I'll tell you the MVP for this game, but also an MVP champion type for the overall. I'm going to give my MVP to Sora. And I'm giving my MVP to Sora in the same in the same sort of line as I was giving my MVP to Magister. Being able to play defensive champions on some of your best players in the mid lane opens up the whole rest of the map. Obviously, Sora played a beautiful Lucian game, which was not defensive at all. But the Karma game in the first game, as well as a Karma and a Zillion game that we saw from the previous teams, just all over, this kind of champion has been playing beautifully. We saw it in the group stage, we're seeing it again in the last chance qualifier, and I have to imagine that we will continue to see it once we go onto the playoffs. So, well done to Sora, and a really strong highlight I want to put over the top of defensive, supportive champions in the middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna disagree. I think Hunty, for me, definitely more of the game 1. Game 2 didn't quite work as well, but still, I love the aggression. I love the boldness on that man to go into the jungle and to find the place, and it was enough, even in the second game, when he wasn't able to find kills onto Gordy every time. It worked.
Yeah, it still did work. Hunty definitely playing fantastically. I mean, if you're looking for a true MVP from this series, it probably does have to be Hunty. Hunty played fantastically, but some of those shields during the Karma game 1 out of Sora were just disgusting. More by virtue of the champion than the playstyle. You know, pressing your shield button is not the most insane mechanical thing. Still, though, both of these players played fantastically. The whole of the BME roster played absolutely beautifully. And, you know, there we have it. AGH from Poland and BME from Hungary are going to move on to the playoffs. We will see them again at the end of this month and for the rest of the tournament, hopefully.
Yeah, and 2 more teams will qualify, but that will be off stream, as those are the only games we were going to be casting today. So, any words before we wrap it up?
I'm excited. BME, I think they have a fun playstyle, but if I'm having to look at teams we saw today and who I'm excited for, AGH only just about got knocked out of their group previously. They've come back in solidly, not lost a single game, absolutely ran through people, and I think that this team, who did fantastically in the previous year as well, could be very exciting. So if you're looking for a team to watch that's come through the last chance qualifier, who you shouldn't rule out, it's definitely AZS AGH from Poland. They are very strong.
Right, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna reserve my predictions for the playoffs, which will be happening next week, so guys, make sure you will be watching. Also, one more shout out to the Twitch student and Intel as they make the Amazon University Esports Masters possible. But with that, that's going to be it, so we'll see you next week. Have a good rest of the day.